Good morning. It is now 6:40. My name is Eric Thompson, and I am broadcasting live here from the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Emergency Operations Center. And right now I'm getting ready to go live on Global, but I thought I'd fire up this live stream and get started for some updates that we're going to share with you today and any new information that comes in and just go over what we know so far. Nothing new at the moment, but I will be talking on Global here in a moment, but I'll just leave this microphone live. I hope everyone's doing well. It's been quite a busy period of time here over the last while. Just trying to get organized here. But anyway, I just wanted to mention quickly that our hearts are going out to. We were hearing reports of fatality due to the Bald Ridge wildfire. So we certainly do want to send our hearts out to those people and thinking about all the people by this wildfire. Stand by. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I was just getting a briefing. I have to leave my headphones in, so you won't be able to hear the interview, but it's on Global BC, and I'm going to do that quick interview, and some of the information that I have may be of use to you as well, I hope. And then after that, I'll share what I know here on the live stream. Thanks again to all of you who've been reaching out, and I've got a lot of friends who've contacted me because I'm on evacuation order, along with a lot of my colleagues and many other people, everyone from Summerland, of course. So it is, it's really nice to hear from you. But again, I'm thinking today about all the people who are seriously impacted by this wildfire, not just on evacuation order, but friends I know who've been very seriously impacted by it, and it's just a tough time. But we are going to get through it together. We've talked about that, and we're going to keep doing it. And what we will also do is, is we're going to try and give you as much information as we can and share that information pretty much in real time when we get it. Once it's verified, we'll share it with you. And a big part of that conversation now is going to be re-entry. When can people go back, and what does that look like? So we'll do our very best to get that information out to you, but it's going to take time. We just have to be patient. And I think, the live stream helps. So this is, it's not your traditional live stream. Normally I would just be talking to you, share some information and head off. But what I've done is, okay, I've got to stand by. Good morning. Well, I've just literally gotten into the office and set up for this interview, and I don't have any new information that I can share, but what we do know is that this wildfire continues to be very aggressive in the sense that it's dynamic. We don't really know what that looks like. BC Wildfire is the official source of information for what the fire is doing, and we've been speaking with them through the Emergency Operations Center to try and get updates. But what we know now is that that the next challenge for many people, other than just managing the fire, is going to be when can they get home, and that question is on everybody's mind. Well, it was Friday afternoon, late Friday afternoon, around 5:30, and I noticed that this fire was happening, and looked on the BC Wildfire website, and it was at 50 hectares already. And that gave me an indication that it had moved very quickly. And then, the images you're showing really explain what happened. Is it moved very fast. It was an aggressive fire. And from what I understand, it wasn't necessarily fueled by winds. It was just the dry conditions that supported an incredibly quick growth. And for the people who had to escape, I can only imagine how frightening that would have been. I've spoken with friends who've explained it to me, and it's something that none of us ever want to have to deal with. I can tell you that much. But the evacuation orders came quickly, and then later that evening, the decision here at with information or input from BC Wildfire Service, the decision at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Emergency Operations Center, which is a regional emergency operations center, the decision was made to get everyone out of Summerland. The electoral area, the rural area outside, was also on evacuation order. But when that evacuation order was issued for the entire community of Summerland, that impacted me because I live there and a lot of the people I know. So there was a mass exodus out of Summerland, and it was very orderly, though. That's what I really found interesting, is everybody was being polite in the way they were managing their exit, and no one was speeding down the highway toward Penticton. And yeah, it was a harrowing time for many. Well, the biggest priority is certainly to make sure people's needs are met. And I know that last night a number of people were able to get hotel rooms at the reception center at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center, and that really helped. I had a chance to go there last night around 10:30 and just take a look and talk to some of the volunteers. And it's important that people have their needs met, and that emergency support services is helping them. They're all volunteers, but the focus for a lot of people will be, when can they get home? And that's what we'll be talking about here at the RDOS over the next couple of days, is what does that process look like? And I just urge people to please be patient and understand that there's still danger in that wildfire zone. Yes, there are, and there were steps taken last night, as I mentioned, to get people into hotel rooms, and people have been incredibly patient. That's what I heard when I went to the reception center last night, and so definitely reinforcements are coming in, other volunteers. As you know, ESS is Emergency Support Services is funded by the province, administered locally, and run largely by volunteers. And they have been putting in long hours and doing an excellent job. I heard at the reception center, people have been nice to them, even when they're frustrated. They're being patient, and I can appreciate the frustration for sure. Well, I just want to quickly mention, with ESS, there may still be some time challenges, but steps are being taken to improve that. But for people who are impacted directly by this wildfire, even if you're in the area and you're not under an evacuation order or alert, be aware of the situation, follow local government sources, really be careful of misinformation online. And if you have a question, reach out and ask if for clarification. It's really important. And I just want to quickly say, we're thinking about all the people who are impacted by this wildfire in any way. It's really, at the end of the day, it's about people and trying to get information to make them feel comfortable and feel safe. Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, good morning and welcome to our RDOS live stream for Monday, August the 10th. My name is Eric Thompson, and as you saw there, I was just speaking with the media. That was Global BC out of Vancouver. And we're already getting a question here: which way is the fire moving? So I want to reset where we're at. We don't have a lot of people watching at the moment, but people can certainly rewind and watch this. So I'm with the Emergency Operations Center, and the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen is where I work and where this EOC is. And our goal, my name is Eric Thompson, by the way, and our goal is to get information out as quickly as we can, and of course, accurately verified as well. So today, I want to start by saying that our hearts are certainly with everyone impacted by this wildfire. We have heard reports of one fatality, and certainly thinking about their family and anyone impacted by the wildfire. Personally, I do know people who've been impacted directly, and I've heard some stories that, it breaks your heart. And so at the end of the day, as I just said on that interview, it's about people. So people right now who are waiting to go home are likely going to get frustrated. People who are waiting for emergency support services might get frustrated. The process is working as best as it can. As when volunteers are operating a program, when you have as many people behind the scenes helping out, you've got thousands of people who need help. It's going to take time, and steps have been taken to improve the process. So your patience is incredible, and I do really appreciate that, and the RDOS appreciates that as well. So the real goal now is to make sure that people have the supports they need, for one. And if you go to the reception center, it's at 273 Power Street, and that's in Penticton at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. You'll get supports there. You can also work to, you can look at for emergency support services. I think a real key part of all of this is that if you have insurance for your home and it covers an evacuation order, you should absolutely contact your insurance provider. That's what that's intended for. And that'll help with your accommodation, as well as getting food and any other supplies you need. Some people left with very little or nothing. So for emergency support services, to register and get more information, ess.gov.bc.ca. That's ess.gov.bc.ca. And I'll be putting some of the links in the chat in just a few moments. So that's emergency support services. Now, re-entry. There is a re-entry process, but it's right now, we'll use the term triage. It's focused on the greatest needs, critical infrastructure, animals and pets that need to be fed, who were left behind. And with that alert, the emergency alert, I can't think of the name right now, but what they're doing is providing that support to go in. So rather than have a bunch of individual people going into a danger zone, in a controlled manner where it's safe to do so, alert will go in. Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team. They'll go in, trained volunteers, very familiar with difficult situations like this, and they'll help. So if you're looking for that type of help and you contact the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, you can see the phone number behind me, 250-490-4225. There's a process in place for that type of reentry. And again, it starts with critical infrastructure, who really needs to be in there. If you follow the process and you fill out the form, and I'm going to get that link for you and make sure that we have some really specific directions for people. But if you follow that process, many people have already been doing it. Please be patient and please understand that your request will be answered as quickly as possible. And if the answer is you can't go in, it's not safe, please understand that there's a reason behind that, and that there are other alternatives. As I said, another group or organization going in to help. And then from there, the next process really is going to be to determine which areas may be safe for possible temporary access. So going into maybe just assess your house and do some of those other things that you're looking at. So I'm looking here at a note about Farley Lake residents. There may have been some confusion on an evacuation order. During an incident like this, there are a lot of agencies working together. It's a coordinated response. There will be mistakes on occasion, things where there's miscommunication, a lot of moving parts, and that can happen. The key is when the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Emergency Operations Center, the people involved and all of the other agencies working on this wildfire find out, they get together, they do what they need to do to fix the problem and keep moving on. There are contingency plans in place at all levels. So if something does happen, it's important to address it, what's the solution, and fix it. If people are really concerned or upset and it becomes a social media thing where people just want to complain and be upset and that kind of thing, that is so unhelpful. And that's why in the comments here, we're really encouraging people to stay on track. Do you have a question? If you want to make a comment, you can do whatever you need to do, but let's stay on topic of keeping in mind that there are people who are on evacuation order who need support and need help and want information. So we don't want this to become the rant section. which can sometimes happen. But if you've got a concern, especially if it's just a concern where you don't have the answer, and if you're asking it here and we don't have that answer for you, if you don't like the answer, that's difficult. But if you've got a solution, let's talk about it. I think that's the key. Provide your solution, and we'll see if that makes sense or it's feasible. I'm being extremely honest here because we're doing a live stream. So I've been asked on behalf of the Emergency Operations Center to get information out. When this incident happened, right away I said, let's go on YouTube. Let's use the live stream process to share information in real time, because as information is evolving and it's changing quickly, to update it on the website, which we do, but it takes time, and then to put it on Facebook or wherever else you're putting it. It's all important information that needs to be there. So when you go access that website, you can find it in an orderly manner, including alerts and orders. So if you're looking for evacuation alerts or orders, you can go to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca. But at the same time, what we're really trying to do is get real-time information out to you. We found that this is a bit of it's a community space where we can talk about what's going on and people can share their thoughts with each other and hopefully find some comfort knowing that we're here. Often I think during emergencies, you will look at a website or something and that's the information you're getting. You might see an update through the media, which is also really helpful. The media has been really supportive of this emergency. We're going to keep this live stream going throughout the day. And as my role here is the information section lead, working with other information officers, I still have to make sure that I'm supporting the team in getting information. We have emergency briefings, so I will be stepping out on occasion. When I do, I have a sign that says the live stream will resume shortly. Usually we'll take breaks of 15 minutes or something and just try and keep it going. So I do appreciate your patience on that. You can rewind the live stream if you're looking for information. If I'm doing an interview or something, I'll just leave the microphone on so you can hear what kind of information I'm sharing and may be helpful to you. I had heard from the city of Penticton. I'm going to get some confirmation on the hours and confirm what's happening with it today and that it is open, but there was a comfort center open yesterday. And that comfort center was for evacuees. It was at Princess Margaret School, Princess Margaret Secondary on Green Avenue in Penticton. And it was set up as a space for people to go. If you have trailers or campers, you could park there, but go inside, get away from the smoke, because this morning it is again incredibly smoky in this region. When I was driving in, there was just a wall of smoke. So to take a break from that. And on that note, I really want to encourage anyone who's watching this, if you're feeling stressed and you want to get away from the smoke other than being in your house, consider maybe the local shopping center or businesses that you frequent and just to get out of that smoke. Everyone has been incredibly kind and generous. You heard earlier, or you've probably heard many times about through the media about people who are stepping up and making donations. So right now, what the regional district will be focusing on is making sure we can share with you which agencies you can contact if you want to make a financial donation and how you can make a physical donation of goods and that type of thing. But what we don't really want in these situations, and I've seen this many times before, and you probably have as well, is the reception center that's set up at the Trade and Convention Center. That's not a place to drop off donations. It's a place to support evacuees, and there are supplies there for them. So if people are dropping off large amounts of items, it's not manageable there, and it does actually cause an extra workload for the volunteers. So if you want to make a donation, financially or otherwise, you can contact the RDOS, check our website, and I encourage you to do that throughout the day. But I'll get that information uploaded ASAP. And in fact, I will make a note of that because I think, based on my past experience, donations become a critical part of all of this, because all of a sudden you're managing what could be piles of supplies, which is incredible if people want to donate it. But there are agencies, volunteer organizations that will help manage that. I've spoken with my colleague Tracy at the Columbia Shuswap Regional District, and I learned some good tips from her and from their team during the 2023 wildfires. I spent a little bit of time in their emergency operations center, and what they would do is each day they would put out a sheet that had information on it for people about those agencies and organizations, which can sometimes change day to day. So we will encourage you to go to the website, the RDOS website, to find that information. I'm going to take a short break now that it's 7 o'clock. Many of you will likely be watching your local news or listening to the radio, checking your local newspaper, whatever you might be doing. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I want to get some more information and see what updates are out there. And I encourage you to have some grace with people today, because it's we're now a few days into this incident, and there are some challenging times ahead. But we'll provide as much information as we can and try to make this process go smoothly for everyone. So thanks for your patience again, and I'll talk to you shortly. Good morning. Thank you very much for your comment in the chat. I appreciate everybody being so friendly and polite. All right, the live stream is on. My name is Eric Thompson, and I am with the Emergency Operations Center here at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen in Penticton. We cover the unincorporated areas outside of the municipalities. There are 7 municipalities within the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. The newest, which was incorporated recently, is the District of Okanagan Falls. And local government like this is unique to British Columbia. And as a regional emergency operations center, we're working with the city of Penticton, Summerland, and of course, Penticton Indian Band, the province, many, many agencies on the Bald Range wildfire, which broke out on Friday, August the, whatever that was, 7th, I think it was. I'm losing track of time here. It's been a very busy time here. And you know what that reminds me? I'm going to have to get my calendar out. Anyway, the live stream we're doing is again intended to provide any information that we have. So there is a lot of information that people need. And as soon as we get that information, we will provide updates when that information is available and verified. We're expecting an update from BC Wildfire in the next little while, sometime this morning. The EOC will be calling it, the Emergency Operations Center. We're in regular contact with BC Wildfire Service, and we are anticipating an interview with BC Wildfire here on the live stream later on this afternoon. We're aiming for 2 o'clock, but certainly this is a very dynamic situation. You'll hear that word a lot. So we're not going to hold them to it. We understand BC Wildfire is very busy and providing other updates as well through the website, bcwildfire.ca, and also to local media and national media and international media, in fact. But we will certainly work to get BC Wildfire on at some point today. Without a doubt, they've been incredibly accommodating. The website for BC Wildfire Service is the place to go to find out more about the fire, what it's doing, where it's going, the size, that type of thing. So with that said, I'm going to go to the BC Wildfire Service website right now and just see what the latest information is. It's important to note that the RDOS, the EOC here, we're focused on evacuation alerts and orders, providing that type of support, operational support as well, and then emergency support services. So anything to do with the fire itself, that's the domain of BC Wildfire Service. And with that, I should mention, you know, it's hard to fathom what it would be like to be on the front lines of a fire like this. It really is. You know, the people who were impacted, the residents, and even visitors and others. It's scary and something different and traumatic. But for those first responders who are out on the front lines, our hearts go out to them. And I know everyone appreciates the work they're doing. And it's BC Wildfire Service and many agencies, local and visiting fire departments, contractors, a lot of different people who are working. And we never want to forget the province as well. Emergency management professionals with the province of British Columbia, the EOC where I'm working, we're in regular contact with the province, and we're always very appreciative of the cooperation and the support. And it's important to note that many of the people working behind the scenes, emergency professionals in this region, are directly impacted by this wildfire, whether they themselves are on evacuation order or they know family members who are. Many others are on evacuation alert. And we'll go through that a little bit later on, exactly what an alert and what an order is. But just the Coles notes on that, the short version is that if you're on an evacuation order, you have to leave the area immediately. If you're on an evacuation alert, that means prepared to leave on short notice. And that's the time to get things ready. Your grab and go kit. And your grab and go kit, you may have heard of this before with wildfires and other emergencies. It's something you've probably heard about. But the grab and go kit is essential because if you don't have time to do anything and all you do is have that grab and go kit, you might even have it by your front door. It could have all of your important items in it, your important papers. It could have family heirlooms, photos, passports, those kinds of things. So the grab and go kit is essential. It could also have some other things in it that you might need, like toothbrush, toothpaste, toiletries, but medication, that's really important. If there's vital medication you need, that's the time, that's the place to put it, and then you're ready. So we're sharing the screen now and looking at the BC Wildfire website. Again, it's BC wildfire.ca. When you actually put that in the computer here, you will see in the search bar, you'll see that it actually shows up slightly differently, but it does work. And now let's go take a look. So on this wildfire, I'm going to click on the fire itself. And you're seeing there's a weather station there as well. The Bald Range wildfire. So it's now at 13,600 hectares. It was discovered on August 7th. So that was Friday, and that was around 5:33, I believe, that it was discovered. And for a lot of people, the speed with which it moved was frightening. Quick note on the BC Wildfire website, you can click on the different tabs at the top here. And what that'll give you is different layers. So if we're on the fire itself, we click on evacuations, even for the entire province, you'll see that'll show the different areas. I'm going to move that up a bit. I'll show you the different areas where alerts and orders are in place. I'm going to take that off now and go back to that fire just for a moment. So this, I'm going to the wrong fire. This really is the best website. I'm going to stop sharing for a moment because it tends to slow my computer down. But anyway, that's the place to find key information about the wildfire. So I guess for today, really the focus is going to be on what new information can we share. Some of the information I'll be sharing through the morning will be a recap of what we already know. And I do apologize if I've said this many times before, but different people are watching at different times, and the information that I have available, I want to sort of cycle through it, and just so that you can be aware of what exactly is going on. Any new updates will be provided as soon as they're available. And the information will be posted on the RDOS website. It will also be posted on Facebook. We'll have links on Facebook and our other social media channels. Follow your local media. The media right across the province and the country and international media have been covering this story, but your local media will provide really solid information. They've been excellent at focusing on facts. I did want to mention that I heard a report this morning, and I don't want to single anybody out, but the reporting's been excellent. But I did hear a radio report this morning at 7 with Chris Walker on the national radio service for CBC, and I thought he did an excellent job of just, I'm involved in this, and I'm trying to share information, and I was listening to what he was saying, and he really encapsulated the whole incident well. And I think that's so important when media does that, to give you, here's what's happening on the ground, here's what people are thinking and feeling, here's some of their concerns, and here's what we're looking at ahead. And Chris mentioned social media, and that part has already begun, and it always does. There's that section of social media where people are saying things, and there's misinformation and that type of thing, sometimes negative. So when you see that, any misinformation or any information you're not sure of, don't react to that before getting the facts. And if you're looking for the facts and you want verification, please go to the official sources. For example, people are asking, what's the fire doing? Where's it going to go? Is it going to impact my community? Well, some of that no one really knows. But what we do know is from what BC Wildfire tells us what the current situation is with that fire. When we get these BC Wildfire updates, they're excellent because they'll tell us what the winds are doing now, what they're anticipated to do, and what that could mean. We also get a really good update from BC Wildfire when you see their updates and their information on the website on what resources are being put to this fire. So again, this morning on the report I heard a lot about how the smoke is hampering aircraft, but there are still helicopters, and then there are ground crews. With that, I'm going to take a quick pause. I do need to talk Hello and good morning again. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm here for a live stream where I am going to be multitasking through the morning. And so part of my job is to speak with the media and try and support that request as best I can. Thank you very much. And I left my smoothie out there. Sorry, I'm just getting back to a member of the media to provide my phone number so we can do an interview at 8:35. And oops. So again, I do appreciate, apologize for not being super attentive all the time. This is a media interview with a radio station out of Kelowna. I believe it's News 1130. Hello there.
1150.
1150, sorry. Oh, 1150.
Yeah, that's
News 11.
totally fine.
News
Thank
1130
you so much for joining
was.
the show today. We really appreciate it.
You got it. 1130 was taken off the air. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It happens sometimes. Thank you for joining the show. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So we are about like 2.5 minutes away. Are you all good to go?
I'm ready to go. You're on our live stream, and I'm just going to be talking ahead of that. And then when you go to me, I'll focus on our interview.
Okay, sounds great. And thanks for having me on your live stream. I'm just going to put you on a quick hold, and then Michelle will cue you in when you are live on air.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
But it's still clear sailing on the bridge deck.
All right, we'll turn that down. So that's News 1150 out of Kelowna. So I was talking earlier about what the day is going to look like. I think it's really important for people to understand that this is still a very dynamic wildfire. The Bald Range wildfire is active. BC Wildfire will talk more about it throughout the day on local media and national, provincial media. We'll have an update with BC Wildfire. We'll also be checking the wildfire website throughout the day. But I want people to understand that because it is such a dynamic situation, that it's not cut and dried when it comes to things like reentry or temporary access permits. So a lot of times people, I know that they have reasons they need to go back to their property. So please follow the process. And that is going to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca, filling out the form that you have to fill out. And it's an application form. It's not a pass. So when you fill that out, if you're approved, you'll get a pass, and then you'll go to the checkpoint and you'll be able to go and do what you need to do. There won't be a lot of those handed out. And I think it's important for people to know that. It's being triaged based on critical infrastructure, based on the safety of the area. And that is really, really important. If your request is to do with animals, there are groups that can help, like Alert, and there may be an opportunity for a group like that to go in to help with multiple properties rather than having multiple individuals in there. If you are able to get a pass and you're going to go in, you don't want to take lots of people with you. You want to have as few people in there as possible. So I urge people to be patient about that process. And then when it comes to re-entry back into your property, any areas that might be taken off evacuation order, that could take some time because of the fact that this fire is still very active. So I want people to also please be aware of that fact, that as soon as new information comes in about any change in evacuation orders or alerts, you'll hear about it here. You'll no doubt hear about it on your local media. It will be sent out via Voyant Alert. That's the notification system the RDOS has. If you don't have Voyant Alert, I urge you to sign up for it. Again, go to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca. I'm going to go back to this interview.
Deadly Bald Range wildfire has pushed South Okanagan into a very new and difficult phase. It's grown, as you heard Maureen Cameron say, to 13,600 hectares, forced more than 20,000 people from their homes, including the entire community of Summerland. One person has died. Highway 97 remains closed through Summerland. And even as firefighters continue to battle the blaze, officials are warning evacuees that getting back home could take days, maybe weeks in some cases. So what does an emergency of this scale actually look like from the inside? Joining us is Eric Thompson, Senior Manager of Communications and Engagement with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. Morning, Eric.
Good morning.
Eric, you've been evacuated yourself. You have been working nonstop this weekend. You've been available when people need your help. They want answers. They want updates. Before we start our interview, I want to thank you sincerely for your service.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you holding up all right?
I am. It's interesting. I used to work in news. So I was telling someone this morning that I'm used to things changing quickly, lots going on. You have to act quick. And it's when you're in a groove and in a rhythm, you can get that done. But I do take time at the end of the night when I'm with my family to just decompress.
Good.
And I think that's the key is stepping away. And it's important even for people who are dealing with this as an emergency to not, we hear about doom scrolling on the internet. It's important to take a break from it and realize there's a lot of happy and a lot of good going on in the world as well.
Yeah, don't do that, and stick to traditional media if you want your information, because that's for people like you. I know you're on social media as well, but it doesn't help when we're getting misinformation at the same time. And so we've been talking about the size of the fire all morning here, the number of people evacuated. But what does an emergency of this scale actually look like from your perspective from inside the regional district?
Well, I've been involved in emergency management since about 2018. My main job is communications, as you said, but when an EOC activates the Emergency Operations Center, a big component is always information. So we operate in different sections. There's planning, there's operations, and the policy group, but there's also information. And information is always critical during an emergency for so many reasons. It starts with having to get information to people to keep them safe. So from the inside, what it looks like right now is multiple fronts of information coming in and going out. I'm having conversations every few minutes with somebody else, or when I'm not in here, and people will walk by my office, wave at me and say they need to talk to me, and it's so that they can provide information about what's taking place. I have to provide some direction as well on the type of information we want to get out. And I've just shared with my colleague, Kate, who's doing an incredible job. She's an information officer, that what we want to get out right now is information about donations, for one, making sure. So if you're making a financial donation, where you can do that. If you're making, if you want to make a physical donation, so that the Emergency Operations Center or the reception center aren't managing that process, because what they're there to do is manage and support the wildfire and the evacuees. And that's really important, to stay focused on the tasks at hand.
Let's start with the financial donations, because I think that would be one of the easiest way to contribute if we can, in that there's nothing physical to have to go somewhere and drop off. Tell folks about that then, please.
Well, donations are challenging. I haven't been on social media very much at all, but I looked at Instagram yesterday, my personal Instagram page, which I don't use very often. I don't share with a lot of people, but it's just more to keep in touch with friends across the country and family. And then I saw a post from a local person I know in Summerland whose house was lost. And she said they'll need support, they'll need help. So if you want to help somebody and you know a family who's lost a home or has been impacted, you can start right there. You can talk to that family. Maybe you take that family on as a project to help, like at Christmas time, sometimes someone will adopt a family. So that's where someone can help. I mean, that'll make a real difference in that person's life. Larger picture for donations, I've just been focusing on the Community Foundation of South Okanagan, and I keep mentioning them. I need to talk to them and just make sure that they're okay with that. I've heard that they have reached out and said that, that's a good place. And I know the organization, I know some people that work there. What they do is direct funds to where you want it to go. And how that whole process works, I don't know, but the Community Foundation of South Okanagan. There's a few different groups who've been getting together to gather physical donations to help people. And that's another way to help. We're going to put that information on the website soon. I believe they're set up at Okanagan College in Penticton to take those types of donations. And again, there may be a family who left their home with very little, and if they lost everything, they might need clothes, they might need donations. So that's a good place to start.
Eric Thompson, what is your email or your website, so folks here in Kelowna listening right now can jot it down, and then they can read the information for themselves?
RDOS.bc.ca. That's RDOS.bc.ca. And the information about the donations is being put together right now, so it'll be on there shortly. But there's also the phone number if you just have a question. But we're really we're trying not to tie that phone number up too much with general questions like that. We really want it to be available for evacuees. But here on the live stream, anyone who's watching this or listening to local media, you can get some of that information throughout the day, which I think is helpful. And I do appreciate, and I'm not just saying this, I do really appreciate the job of the media during an incident like this, because I think what happens is it shifts quickly from just covering news and telling stories and doing what you do to being part of that information flow, so people know where they can get information or what the story is, what has changed, and they have the reliable local media they listen to. And when that happens, I think it's just a great all-around community effort to get information out.
So we'll be repeating rdos.bc.ca throughout our day today. The newsroom will as well. We'll put it up on our website so folks are getting the accurate information. Tell me, from what you know, has everybody found lodging? Are people still sleeping in their cars, their vehicles?
I don't know about people sleeping in their cars. I mean, there may be some people who are, but what I do know is that steps were taken last night at the emergency reception center in Penticton to get people into hotel rooms, and that did happen. So I know the team here mobilized. You know, we were hearing concerns about the slow process, and it was no fault of anyone's. It's a sheer number of people. We're talking about 5,800 homes on evacuation order, and many of them were done at night. You know, the first initial wave, and then many more after that. So volunteers are really doing what they need to do to get people in there. But the process itself online can take time, and I know that's been frustrating. So last night, a team from the EOC here went to the Penticton Trade and Convention Center and got people into hotel rooms. They expedited the process as best they could. I was there, and there weren't actually a lot of people at the reception center. It was very calm. It could be busy again today, and I understand again the frustration with the process of registering. So more volunteers have been brought in for that to help expedite that process. And then, of course, the online website is a good place to start. I've talked to people who've made the phone call to the help number, and it can take time, but sheer volume, volunteers doing the best they can and trying to help people. So I urge people to have some grace with those volunteers for sure, because they're amazing people, but also just have some patience. And if you're really having difficulty and challenges, and there's something you want to share, like I have got a problem and this is what I think they need to do to fix it, or whatever that might be, phone the emergency operations center. I don't want people to ever feel like they can't talk to somebody. And on that note, if I can, I just want to quickly mention mental health supports. I keep getting people asking me, how are you doing? And I think I'm doing fine because I'm focused on what I'm doing, and my family's safe, and I feel I'm in a good place, and I'm doing what I need to do. So I'm good, and I'm making sure I get some rest and hydrate, drinking a smoothie today. But for people who are maybe not feeling good for whatever reason, talk to somebody. And there are mental health supports. There are phone numbers you can call for the province, and that's another one of the phone numbers that I got to make sure I get out.
Well, and you know, there's just so much right now. And I remember our house burned to the ground in April of 2014. And I was fine for a very long time until I wasn't. And this is something that we have to monitor right now. We have to watch and be there for each other. And as you said already, pointing fingers and focusing on what could have or should have, that's not part of the solution right now. We need to stay in this together, because everybody is doing the best they can. When it's over, everybody will come together and say, okay, what could we do differently next time? Differently, perhaps better, but this was an unpredictable situation.
It certainly was. I appreciate that story. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And you know what? We're not out of the woods here. And my job is not to scare people, but my job, I think, all of our collective jobs here are to provide information. And this fire, because it's so active and so volatile, could change at any moment. Winds can change. And, you know, when you look at the wildfire map, you just see a large area under evacuation order. People have to be aware that things could change. So don't take it for granted if you're in the area, anywhere around here, whether you're north of this fire, out on either side of it, south. Be prepared that if conditions change, you have time now to get ready. So even if you don't think it can change for you, just take the opportunity to learn more about what preparedness looks like. Highly recommend that.
Well, you're exactly right. And when folks are anxious to return home, sometimes home isn't safe and we don't understand what isn't safe about our homes. Maybe it's the water that the fire was extinguished with. Maybe it's the plastic that your medicine is in. Those bottles, those plastic bottles, turn toxic after they have been exposed to the heat and the smoke. The hand lotion that you had in the bottle, it's in a plastic bottle. People don't understand, unless you've experienced a fire for yourself, you don't understand how toxic and potentially dangerous going home even can be.
Wow, yeah, you have a lot of knowledge on this. Knowledge you probably didn't want to have.
No, I didn't, because when we were allowed to enter our homes, they said, if you want to take a few things, and I grabbed medicine. I grabbed something to wash my face, a bottle of shampoo to wash my hair, and they said, no, you can't take that. It's become toxic. It's not safe. I mean, not going to physically test it at the time. So those are the things we don't understand. I said, well, what can they take? And they said, well, is that your purse over there? I said, yeah. I said, well, you can take that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. And that's it. So this is a process. And sadly, or not so sadly, in a community, everybody's in the same boat. So the times that we're together, enjoy the time and try to maybe trust the uncertainty. What do you want to say to the folks in Summerland looking for questions for which there aren't any answers right now?
Well, I think the important thing is, I spoke to a producer this morning from a national radio program, and they were asking me about that. How are you navigating this? And I said, I'm trying to compartmentalize it, but I'm also trying, there's work and there's information out to people, but then I'm also impacted, and I'd like to know when I'm going to go home, but I'm not focused on when I'm going to go home. And I'm not asking anybody for any special treatment. What I'm trying to do is say, I know right now my family's safe and my family's happy and they're comfortable. And that's what I need to do. If you're not in that place, if you don't have a place to stay and your family's not safe and comfortable, that is the most important thing right now for that family. And they need to reach out for support. So going to ESS, the Emergency Support Services Reception Center, and asking for that help. And if that is going to get you closer to where you need to go, you still might need to ask other questions. And that's why I've said, if there are people who might just feel like they can't, they're stuck in the sand, phone the EOC number I gave you, 250-490-4225, and just say, listen, I can't navigate ESS. My family doesn't have a place to stay, or whatever you need, so that they don't feel completely lost. And this, again, is where the community comes in. If you have a local church or support group or community group you're part of, sometimes you might just have to put your hand up. And a lot of people don't like to do that. It's not weakness. It's absolutely taking care of your family and yourself to put your hand up and say, I need help. Can you please help me? And someone will jump in.
Give the phone number one more time, if you don't mind.
250-490-4225. We do have, 422. We have a call center set up, but I want people to understand that, be patient with that number too. And we can't have hundreds and hundreds of people that we can support at one time. I was thinking more for that person who's just, you know how it is when you just don't know. You got so many things to do and you're just stuck. What do I start with? I was just talking to my colleague about this. She's going to have people coming at her today saying, okay, we have to get this information out and we have to do that. And I said, just take a break and tell them what you need. I need you to just hold on a second, put it in a note. Don't send me 12 emails, that kind of thing. And then I said, and if that's not working, pause, come and get me, and I'll provide an outside perspective on it. So I've diverted off of this, but the key, I think, for people is to just simply focus on what's most important for you right now. And don't worry so much about when can I get back into my home. Be prepared to say, what can I do for myself and my family right now if it's going to take a few days, if it's going to take some time? There are a lot of unknowns. And what often happens with wildfires is people look at the map and they say, it's not directly affecting my house, I should go home. But you can't go home if it's not safe to do so. And it's not that cut and dried. So please be patient and know that the process is working the way it needs to work, and that people have to understand and appreciate that. And it's not going to be perfect, and you might not get the answers you want, but everything is being done. I'm watching the people here outside of my office do the work that needs to get done to get people back home. And also, in the meantime, keep them safe. And that's where we're at right now. We're at keeping people safe.
RDOS.bc.ca has all the information you need. I encourage you to write that down, RDOS.bc.ca. And Eric Thompson, thank you for your time. Take care of yourself, one foot in front of the other. You can't go any faster than that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
And call anytime you want some information put on the air. Our newsroom is here 24/7.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Thompson, Senior Manager.
Okay, I'm just going to pause our feed for just a moment. I do have to step out for a moment, and I'll be right back. I thought I was being summoned, but in fact, I have an interview guest. This is great. So I'm going to get you to step just a little closer this time, Graham, just so the microphone gets you. Maybe look back a little bit. Right there. So this is Graham Stat. Graham is the CAO with the District of Summerland. I believe you were just on the radio with CBC.
That's correct.
What were they asking you about? What did you have to share?
They're asking for current status of the situation, which I told them we're still in what we call the response phase. That means there's still live wildfire in and around the community. That means we have to put that as our number one priority, protecting critical infrastructure, making sure that fire doesn't do things we don't want it to. And It also means we cannot yet get in to do our critical damage assessments for us to understand where we can start to potentially let in, at least on an interim basis, key and high priority folks to get in to check certain things, to get utilities running again, to possibly think about staged reentry. So it's a live wildfire. We're working closely with BC Wildfire, and that's the current status.
I appreciate that. It's a great update, and that really puts it into perspective. So for people who are looking for information and they say, I haven't been able to get the answer I want to go into my property, I want to know when I'll be able to return home. It's not possible to provide answers like that now because there's no specific timeline when you haven't had a chance to do the assessments. And because the fire, as you said, is so active.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first thing I would say is just a reminder that pretty much everybody that's working this fire in the Emergency Operations Center, first responders, people on site, emergency support services, we're all also directly impacted, and we're also evacuated. And we would love to get back. So we empathize probably in ways you probably don't appreciate, that we'd love to get back there and see what's happening. So we just can't do that yet. We are working on triaging highest priority cases for interim access, and as soon as we can get that. And we do want to assure people that we are in the planning stages of what a staged reentry would look like and what that would require in terms of the necessary utilities, removal of potential debris, thinking about garbage services and everything else. It will be staged, it will take time, and it cannot begin to do our rapid damage assessments. And we ourselves have not been able to do those yet, given the active fire activity.
Yeah. Anything else, Graham, you wanted to add?
Please follow the rules. Understand the RCMP made an arrest yesterday. They're showing little tolerance given the fact they're trying to actively support a safe environment for first responders, but also trying to actively protect people's property and keeping an eye on things. So if you're worried about your property, you don't need to be. The RCMP has lots of members actively patrolling and surveilling the area. Please follow the rules. Please be patient. This will be a long road to recovery, but we will, as soon as we possibly can, safely get people back into their homes, at least in a staged process.
I want to quickly mention something on that. We have RCMP and crews in there. They're basically, for all intents and purposes, they're not putting their lives at risk, but they're in a situation where they're very close to this fire. They know how to operate in that situation. They also know how to protect themselves to get out if it changes. So having them in there, while it's providing an important service, it's also something they could change at any moment if they have to leave the area. And that's why you don't want members of the public in there.
Yeah, that's 100% right. And I would just add, when people sneak their way in there and start going in and around properties, it takes resources away. It takes resources away from the police who are doing these things. It also requires sometimes people to be dispatched to try and locate this person to make sure they're not maybe lost or in trouble. So let's please not take resources away from an active wildfire for the purposes. Get into the process. There's thousands of people waiting to get in. We know it, and we will do everything we can as safe as possible and at the right time to get people back in.
Okay, excellent. I'm just looking at our chat. I'll send you out then if you're done.
Thank you, sir.
Graham, I really appreciate your time. Please come back anytime.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at the comments here, and I just want to get rid of one of these commenters here. It's really, really troubling for me when people, I'm not sure, what do we put this one under? We'll put it under misinformation. This isn't a good forum for you to provide your thoughts on saying that fire is political and government mismanagement and those types of things. When you want to talk about government management, you're talking about providing information to people, managing a wildfire, fighting a wildfire, providing support. Absolutely, the way the forest operates as a natural entity and the way humans interact with it, there's lots of different things we could be doing to make that better. But during an incident like this where people are suffering, to start going into your version of that is not helpful here. So do that somewhere else, if you don't mind. And I'm speaking to people on the comment section here, one person in particular who feels the need to hypothesize on things. I don't think people want to hear your opinion. How about that? What people would like to hear is when they can go home. They want to know if their property is safe. We've already seen, all of you have probably seen the videos that are on YouTube and other platforms showing people leaving the wildfire area, some of them during the wildfire when it was extremely dangerous and they were trying to get out, others who stayed behind against what they should have, but for whatever reason, maybe they were trapped, I don't know, but they recorded their drive out. And that was some people in Falder in particular. So I'm not sure what the circumstances were, but I know that what they did record is an important historical record. But what it also does is it shows people who maybe don't know, but it shows them what's going on with those properties. And that's a tough way to learn about your property. So there's a process, as Graham was saying, to assess the damage, assess what's happened, and then let people know in a professional, caring manner versus learning about it on social media. But having said that, when people know that there's been damage to their property, the next step is going to be what kind of supports are there. Many people will want to go back in to look at the property, and that might not be possible because of the active wildfire. And I hope people can appreciate that. And as Graham was saying as well, having people in that area, it's difficult to manage who's in that area and why they're in that area. So the RCMP are taking a very aggressive approach, not aggressive, but you know what I mean. They're not looking at this lightly. If you're not supposed to be in there, you shouldn't be in there. A lot of empty homes, and we certainly don't need around there either snooping around or putting themselves and first responders in danger. So I think as this goes along, I'm probably going to get a little bit more candid in my comments, but I'm not going to say anything that I'm not allowed to say. I'm going to, on occasion, share some personal opinions, but I am here on behalf of the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Emergency Operations Center to provide you with accurate and timely information to help you manage a situation that is very, very challenging right now and still very active. With that, I'm going to take a very short break and give you an idea of what we're looking at for today. In just a few minutes, it will be 8 o'clock local time. And as I said earlier, many people will take a break or will continue watching their local media. There will be newscasts on radio and television. And I know that they've been providing some excellent information and some good personal stories as well, and stories from people who've been impacted. So we'll take a break and let people take a look at that or listen. And then in my case, I'm going to go out and try and get a bit more information, see if anything has changed, work with my colleague to make sure that we're getting information posted in a timely manner that you might need. That includes donations where you can make them, financial and otherwise. And just on that note, local organizations you know of, don't do anything online. If anything looks like a scam, it probably is. So stick to trusted local organizations. Remember too, if you're looking to make a donation and you know a family or know of a family that has been impacted, maybe you can start right there, start at home. These people probably, well, they'll need help and support. So if you can do that, that would be fantastic. Same with items, clothing, whatever else you might be looking to donate. You can start with families and you can go to trusted local organizations. And there is a group that was collecting donations, and we're going to put that information on the website, rdos.bc.ca. There was talk of a public meeting. We're really in the planning stages of that. I was hoping, I think I said prematurely, we were hoping for today. We're hoping to get a public meeting, planning to get one as quickly as possible. But because things are changing, it's so dynamic, we're really just trying to get everything together at the same time and keep moving forward. So any word on a public meeting, we'll let you know. But in the meantime, you'll find lots of information here. So with that, I'm going to take a break. I'm actually going to check some email here. So you might see me at my computer, and I'm just going to turn the volume off and ask you to be patient as we move through the day, and take care of yourselves. Hello again, Eric Thompson here from the Emergency Operations Center at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. I have just attended a briefing and learned a lot of just information about what our action items are for the day, and it's going to be a busy day. But what we're going to do is be calm and share that information with you in a timely manner if there's new information to pass along. But what I can tell you in the short term, we'll start with donations. I have gone on to the website for the South Okanagan-Similkameen, wrong group. The South Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Fund. And they, in fact, have a link on their front page, and their website address is CFSO. Let's see if I got it right here. South Okanagan. Oh God, I'm starting to, I think I'm starting to get overwhelmed with information. Community Foundation of South Okanagan-Similkameen. So they have a website that has a list right on the front about donations, financial donations, and how you can help. Community Foundation of South Okanagan. I've got a lot of information in my head right now, so I'm going to have to try and just focus on that. Community Foundation of South Okanagan, and you'll find the, I'm going to paste this in the chat, and they have a link on the front page, and it says SOS Wildfire Response Fund, help support victims of the wildfire in Summerland. And there's a link you can click. If you're looking to make a financial donation, I would start there. And they do excellent work. And let me see if that worked. Maybe it didn't work. I don't know. It's not showing up. Anyway, it is cfso.net. cfso.net. Why don't I share screen and show you that? So that is a good place to start. Now, there are many other groups. There are church groups. There are community groups. There's the United Way. There's the Red Cross. So I'm not focusing or trying to focus on any, telling you that this is one I know of locally. I know the people involved. Who work there and administer the fund. They do excellent work like these other organizations do, including the United Way, Red Cross, and many, many other local organizations who do need support. But for this one, just wanted to share that with you. It's fairly new, well, because the wildfire is new. SOS Wildfire Response Fund, you see it there, cfso.net. So that's one of the places you can make a donation if you'd like to. And for others, as I've said, there are lots of people who need help. If you know individuals, you can start there and see if maybe there's something you can do to help them. For donations, there is another group that's been providing or been collecting donations, and there's a drop-off. It is located at the Penticton campus of Okanagan College, and the drop-off today is between 9, so coming up at 9 o'clock this morning on Monday, August 10th, until 3:30 p.m. So that is, again, at Okanagan College, and there's an east lane apparently behind the bear statue where you can drop off donations. Again, one of the many groups that are taking donations. So if you're looking to donate, please remember official groups like recognized charitable organizations that you know of. Go directly to individuals or family members that you know, or maybe are friends of your friends. Help them out if you can, if that's what you're looking to do. And if you want to make a donation, please don't take physical donations to the reception center at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center, because that causes them to have to then manage a bunch of stuff. And that's not really the job there. The job is to help ESS evacuees, to provide emergency support services to evacuees. And that site is getting very, very busy. So do avoid the area if you don't need to be in that area. And remember, more volunteers are being brought in and more support is being brought in to speed up the process of helping people get the support they need. Dynamic situation. This wildfire, as you know, is big, and we'll hear from BC Wildfire Service a little bit later on. Again, direct information on the fire will come from BC Wildfire Service. I'm doing an interview at 8:35. And we'll put the interview here. I'll have my phone. It's a radio interview, so I just wanted you to know at 8:35 I'll have my phone here and you can hear it, but I won't be able to talk directly to you, but hopefully there will be some useful information there. I'm hearing from neighboring regional district that they're getting inquiries from people who have condos or property or RVs that they're willing to have people stay in. Is there a list of resource numbers that we can direct people to? So that's a very good point. And I'm going to, I'm just going to forward this right now to some of our people here who might be able to help with that. Now, that's what becomes an interesting part of these incidents is that there are a lot of people who want to help out, and they basically are well-intentioned, but it becomes a management situation of all of the support offers. So finding a good way to manage that is quite interesting. So I'm just trying to pass along some of this information. So just stand by for one moment. Yeah, there's a number of different people who are offering for support, which is good to know. And I'll put that in there, and then just give me 1 second here. Managing the phone is one of the most difficult things. I'm hearing from Penticton Communications that WestJet has canceled flights out of Penticton Airport. And if you are traveling or awaiting visitors, please check with the airport, with your airline rather. I'm not sure about Pacific Coastal. So thank you very much, Katja, with the City of Penticton for providing that information. We understand again that flights are canceled out of Penticton and coming into Penticton. The weather, as you know, is not ideal for flying because of the smoke. So check with your airline. And I think the same with Kelowna. They haven't canceled any flights I know of, but I'm just saying if you're waiting for somebody, just keep that in mind. Just 1 second here. Okay, so let's see now. Just want to remind you again, this is real time, my office doing the work that I'm doing. So I'm going to have to, I'm trying to stay focused as though I'm actually coherent, which I am, but I'm managing a great deal of information. And normally I'm doing that in a way that people aren't watching me. So it's a lot easier, but now because I'm live streaming, I'm multitasking that, but I'm happy to do it. And I hope it's still providing you some valuable information. But I'll be multitasking while I'm doing it so that I can make sure I'm responding to people like this reporter who's asking about an interview, and they're saying that they don't need me today, which is great. There has been a scheduling change. We will no longer be able to slot in your interview. Thank you. I'm really busy anyway. Now radio interview, stand by. Hi, this is Eric speaking.
Hi, Eric. It's Mark phoning from Morning with City on CKNW. How are you?
Good. I just wanted to let you know we're live streaming right now, so I have my speaker on. I hope you're okay with that. But
You sound loud and clear, and that's all good.
Okay. Just wanted to let you know we're live streaming right now, so people can hear you. Just so you know.
All good.
Okay.
We're in our 8:30 news. We'll be out of that in about 2 minutes. So if you're cool to just stand by for Simi.
Ready to go. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Cheers.
Question is on everybody's mind as far as the local rates reported at the emergency
Okay.
reception center in
So,
Penticton.
got to get back to the supporter to say thank you.
As you know,
I'm not available. They don't need me. That's great.
It's funded by the province, administered
I think
locally.
people are slowly going to get tired of hearing from me, and I'm okay
They
with
have
that.
been putting in long hours and doing an excellent job.
Oh, here we go.
At the reception center, people have been nice to them, even when they're frustrated. They're being patient. Speaking on global news mornings, many residents living on the north side of the wildfire fled to parts of beach.
Okay. So that's CKNW right now. I think what I'll do is I just turn the volume up so you can hear it, so I'm not competing with the sound there. And then I'll share some more information with you after this interview. Thanks for your patience with this. I'm not seeing any comments on the chat. I don't know if it's frozen or what's happened there. Not that that's a bad thing. But anyway.
Or water or anything, just call her right across the street over here. For Rick Beamish, that kind of support has been one of the bright spots in an otherwise uncertain situation.
Yeah, I've got insurance and stuff. I've got, my keepsakes that I need in my truck there, and I've got pictures backed up on hard drives. So, you know what? If the worst thing were to happen, that's not the worst thing in the world. I still got my life.
But even with a place to stay, there's no escaping the reality of what's happening just up the road.
Well, I think.
Okay, I believe we have a reporter who is listening right now, but we had a reporter ask about a procedure to get credentialed media to escort them into the area. for a documentary. There's no access at this point yet, but I will make a note of that. We'll certainly be working on that with BC Wildfire, but at the moment there is no opportunity to access the area. But we'll try and organize a tour if we can, if it's safe. I think it'll be difficult, especially when we're talking about private property. That's where that gets really challenging. So please be aware of that it might be difficult to get in at this point. But we'll certainly provide any information we can on that as soon as we can.
Mr. Luke Plus Tire celebrating 50 years. And this became a new traffic center. I'm Bob Howard.
Good morning, I'm Mark Madriga in the Global Sky Tracker Weather Center. Sunshine today and tomorrow, little cloud around in the mornings, just marine cloud. Highs 21 to 24 today, maybe a degree higher tomorrow. Overnight lows of 14. Partly sunny Wednesday, highs mostly at 21 to 24. Lows mid-20s for highs in the sunshine Thursday, Friday.
Thank you, Mark. Outside CKNW, downtown Vancouver, 15 degrees and mostly cloudy. Now the business news. Dow off 13, TSX down 77, TSX up 75. Canadian
who are very concerned right now. So who should be on alert and what should they be doing?
Well, right now, the alerts and orders, I have to apologize. I had the live stream on mute. Sorry about that. People see me talk like a mannequin here. If you live in the area and you're under an evacuation alert, and this includes outside of this area in the neighboring regional district, the Central Okanagan, those people know that they're on alert through Voyant Alert, through the BC Wildfire website, but it's issued by the regional district. So if you go to our website, you'll see where the alerts and orders are. Anybody who's in the vicinity of this fire should be aware of its movements by monitoring local conditions, monitoring the wildfire website. Local media, Vancouver media as well, have been really good about getting information out. So as an example, if the status of the fire changed, there was a new order or alert, or an order or alert was taken off, we will be sharing that information right away. So people need to be aware of that they'll get that information if it changes. I think what happens is people say, there's no updates, I didn't get an update. It's because nothing has changed.
Okay. And so we were just talking with the Minister, Kelly Green, about this, about people needing to kind of pre-register. What can people do ahead of time, you think, to be ready so that, you know, when they need that help, it is there for them?
Well, pre-registering is important, and I know it's challenging even on the website itself. So you might go to ess.gov.bc.ca and register, and they might say that you have to go to the reception center. If that's the case, you'll have to go to the reception center. But I know that steps are being taken to speed up the process. More volunteers are coming in. And last night, representatives from the Emergency Operations Center here where I am went to the reception center and found hotel rooms for people and expedited the process just to make it happen. And that was important. It wasn't that busy at the reception center last night, but the process has to follow through. Lots of volunteers, but lots of need. It's important as well to check your insurance. If you have home insurance and it covers you, then you really don't qualify for emergency support services. And I think that's challenging for some people, but it's meant as a safety net for those who don't have the help they need. Your home insurance often will cover your stay. Excuse me, if you're out of your home, it'll cover your hotel and other incidentals.
Right, that's an important note, though, Eric, that I'm not sure everybody realizes that. I think they assume everybody is eligible for assistance.
Well, not really, no, because I've heard many stories about this over the years where, say, one neighbor gets ESS support and they needed a hotel room. Somebody else had an RV and they left the area and they were fine and they stayed in their RV and they didn't, to technically need any help. They wanted some money. But that's not what it's for. It used to be called emergency social services, and the name was changed to support services because it's meant for people who need the help who don't have insurance coverage. And again, I'm speaking from my knowledge of it. I'm working to get an interview later on with someone directly involved in the emergency support services, like one of the directors. Because
right.
they can really accentuate that better than I can. But that's the general knowledge that I have of it as the information officer.
And I know a lot of people are probably wondering, when can we go back? When can we start that process? Are those the kinds of plans that, the district is kind of working on right now?
Yeah, exactly. And because it is, we keep saying the same thing, and I hope people appreciate that this is the absolute truth of what's going on. If you look at the BC wildfire map and you see the size of this fire, that is still volatile, it's still changing, and it still poses a danger to the area. So opening up areas for partial reentry or for temporary access is very challenging. It's being triaged right now as far as the temporary access, just to get in, to deal with critical infrastructure, to deal with livestock and animals. And on that note, ALERT, Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team, they are trained to do this type of thing. A group like that might get access to areas that are safe, and that's not very many areas that are safe right now, to go in and help on behalf of the homeowners or property owners to feed those animals and take care of them. So that work is being done, but because it's still dangerous and it's still evolving, it's really difficult to open the area up. And as you know, the highway is still closed.
Right. Eric, are you working 24/7 right now? Like, what about your house?
I'm not working 24/7, but because I'm live streaming, I think it gives a sense that I just don't go home. I'm under evacuation order like the other 5,588, I believe it is, properties in the District of Summerland. So I luckily am staying south of Penticton. We have a generous family that we know who offered for us and our friends and their children to stay at their house. They're away on the island, and they're actually going to stay a couple days extra. So I feel incredibly fortunate, because I just right now it would be difficult for me to do this job if my family wasn't comfortable and wasn't safe and wasn't happy. But I'm getting sleep. I am getting sleep.
So you are also under and being impacted by all of this, and still also providing emergency help. That feels like everybody is pitching in to do what they can. Absolutely.
And for me, as I said, it's so important. When you're in a situation like this, I said this earlier on our live stream, to focus on what's in front of you. What do you need to do? Is your family safe and comfortable? Good. Now, what else do you need to do? And if you need help, put your hand up. There's people who can help you. In my case, I'm not a first responder in the sense that I'm out on the front lines helping people, but I'm tasked with providing information. And if that provides some comfort, then I want to do it, and it gives me something to focus on. And I think that's a good thing. And I don't, when an emergency happens and that's your job, that's what you do. You step up and it's all hands on deck. But in our meeting this morning, our EOC director, who is an incredible woman, Deborah Jones Middleton, she reminded us all, take a break, go for a walk, have a seat, disengage, take care of yourself, hydrate, And that is something that emergency people in the emergency field always have to remind themselves. You can't be helpful if you're not taking care of yourself.
That's good advice, Eric. Make sure you take it. Listen, thanks very much for your time and good luck.
Thank you so much, Simi. I really enjoy your program, by the way.
Well, anytime. We can have you on. Anything we can do to help. That is Eric Thompson, Senior Manager of Communications and Engagement with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, with great advice there for people, whether you are impacted by this or not, or you might be in the future, right? And again, I'm going to give out that government website, the pre-registering website. It is ess.gov.bc.ca. They're very clear on there saying if you don't have insurance or you need help to meet your basic needs, you can go ahead, create a profile, and register right online. That's good advice for anybody who is even under evacuation alert right now and not an order. We will, of course, continue to keep you updated on the wildfire situation right here on 730 CKNW. Right now. Yeah.
All right. So Kevin Alexander in the chat has said that the government should be providing assistance to everyone who has been forced from their homes. People shouldn't be refused government support because they did the right thing and pay for insurance. I don't want to get into that conversation. It's not in my lane. But what I can tell you is that Emergency Support Services is a program that's funded by the province. It's administered by local governments, and it is intended to help people who are in need during an emergency. If you have, like myself, if you have a place to stay, you've got some clothes, although I need to do some laundry, you've got the supplies you need, do that. You're taken care of. You're not in the emergency reception center. You don't need a toothbrush. You don't need some supplies. You don't need to take up the time of the volunteers. Meanwhile, there could be somebody behind you who has nothing. They left their house with nothing. And maybe they learned some bad news about their house, or they already knew that there was bad news. They need support, and they're going to need support. And insurance aside, that's a different issue. And that's an issue I would recommend that you take up with the province of BC through official channels. Send an email, send a letter, contact your local representative, your local MLA, contact them and say, here's what I feel about this situation. So I'm going to leave it at that. All right, there is so much to talk about today, and I will be cycling through the information that I have available and trying to respond to the comments. And I'm going to remind you again, if you're participating in the live chat here and you want to share your bigger picture opinions on why fires are being fought the way they are, why this happened, who should get support and why not, that's a conversation you're welcome to have, but I would invite you to take it to another forum. Because for today, what we're really trying to do is provide information directly to people who are impacted. And that includes people who are in the evacuation order zone and whose property may have already been impacted. People who are in an evacuation alert zone. That means people who are standing by in case the situation changes. And then people in the greater area, including those on the coast or in other parts of the province or country or anywhere else that might be watching, who are looking for information. They want to know what's happening to their relatives in this area or the home where they live. That's what we're trying to do, is provide that information. So let's stay focused on that if we can. And if I can answer your questions, I'll do it in real time. If not, I'll take a note and I'll try and get that information for you. I have received some great feedback on this format. This by no means is about me. I feel like Max Headroom, for those of you who are a little bit older, or what's his name, Jim Carrey in The Truman Show. It's strange to have a camera on you and talk lots, but we're using the technology to share information in real time. It's not for everyone to be able to do this. For other local governments who might be watching, they're probably thinking, oh, is that what we have to do now? I don't believe so. If you're not comfortable doing this, I have the support of the people I work with to do this. I'm speaking on behalf of the organization, on occasion sharing my own personal thoughts, and I'm trying to be clear when that's the case, but we're trying to get information out in real time because I know what's happening right now. You're doing what I'm doing, is watching what's going on. And what I'm pointing to is the BC Wildfire Service website. I want to know when I can go home. I have something to focus on right now that's really important to me. And if you have a job, you're at work, that's what you're focused on right now. If you have a family and you're watching your children and you're looking after other people, maybe relatives or family members, that's what you're doing right now. But meantime, like me, you're kind of keeping an eye on what's happening. And if something changes or something is new, you want to know about it. And having this forum available allows us to do that, to say, okay, something has changed, and we've done it a couple times. A new evacuation order is in place, and I'm looking forward to this, saying the status of that order has changed, and then we can talk about how people can get home and when. What we'll be talking about a lot today is temporary access permits and about temporary or permanent reentry. And all I can say at this moment is follow the process for those temporary access permits. Try not to overwhelm the system. If you put in an application, don't put in 10. Put in an application, you'll have to wait. And when you get an actual pass, if you're able to get one, that means then you go to the site where you basically check in and then go from there. But that's not happening a lot right now, mainly because the fire is still very, very active. So that's all we can say. If people don't agree with it, understandable, frustrating. It's difficult. And I'm speaking on behalf of my situation, and I'm very, very fortunate. I don't know the status of my house right now. You might have animals. We took all of our animals, and I'm so glad we did. We had a dog, 2 cats, and a hamster. I can tell you this morning, the cats were not happy. They're frustrated and they're angry. The dog's happy to have somewhere to lay down. The hamster doesn't know. But if you had left your animals behind, I feel for you, and I understand how incredibly difficult that must be. Alert is out and doing what they can. Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team. So focus on them. If you can't get access, they'll go out and do the best they can. This is a difficult situation. There will be challenges along the way, but everyone is operating by plans that are well prepared, well put in place. ESS, of course, we've had some challenges because of the sheer number of people that came in. And when people say you weren't prepared for this, no, we were prepared. I say we, being the agencies that have to be prepared, were prepared to act and start to look at plans. What's the next plan? All of a sudden, okay, now we've got 2,000 or 3,000 more people evacuated in this region. What do you do with that? You start to mobilize. You start to ask for support. We're getting emails from people from other regional districts and other areas saying, how can we help? How can we help? So what we're doing now is, in the Emergency Operations Center, is putting it all together, saying, managing it. Who has to deal with that, and how does that work? So what we're also trying to do is to clear the table a little bit, to be able to say we won't be dealing with donations because we don't have the capacity, because that's not within our lane, as we say in the government. It's not in our lane. But we can tell you, we can share with you the information about who can take donations, whether it's financial or otherwise. So that's important, I think, to know. And if you want to volunteer, again, there's been no call out specifically for volunteers, and I do appreciate your offer. We appreciate, everyone does, but I think everybody wants to get involved to help out. They don't want to feel like they're sitting back and they've got something to offer. I'll go back to what I said earlier. If you know someone impacted by this wildfire and you want to help out, reach out to those people. If friends of yours know some people, see if there's something you can do for their family. They might need some help. There might be things that they need. They might need, it's hard to say what they need, but I think now is the time to talk about that. We're getting close to 9 o'clock, and okay, that's interesting. Anyway, we're getting close to 9 o'clock. I'm going to take a break again at 9 o'clock, so you can watch your local news or listen to the radio or whatever you're going to be monitoring or taking a break. And I'm going to do the same and try and get some more information. Let's see here. There's no new information I have to share with you. BC Wildfire Service will be joining us a little bit later on. We're hoping for around 2 o'clock, but we're not going to commit them to that because they have a big job to do. They also want to get information out, and I do appreciate, we had Erin on yesterday from BC Wildfire Service. I think she really appreciated the opportunity. I felt bad for her because the comments started just whizzing by, and she was doing her very best to provide answers, and I think that's amazing. But again, remember, during an emergency, focus on what each individual agency does. BC Wildfire Service, lead agency for the wildfire, working with a number of agencies, including local and visiting fire departments, other agencies, other support contractors, and of course the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. We're the Emergency Operations Center for the region, so we're one of the pieces in all of that. We would bring in different people from those areas and try to keep it all together and work on our part of it, which is those alerts and orders. And that's really important. I feel like I am a operator at, I don't know. I don't know if there's a job like this that I can compare it to, but I'm looking at email, looking at the chat, looking at my notes, thinking about what you need to know. And I think that's all I can do right now. try to keep it coherent, almost like a TV show, but more like at my desk trying to not only facilitate this live feed, but keep an eye on the other parts of this. And that's basically what I can do now. I am looking at an email from a friend who is offering some support, and that's really great. And I should not really read while I'm talking because that's hard. We're sharing screen on the wildfire. I'm going to go back to the chat for just a second and put this link in there in case you don't have it. This is the link for the wildfire map for this particular fire, the Bald Range wildfire. So if you click on that link, what you're going to see is what I'm looking at here. What you're looking at in the screen is not only the wildfire area, but the actual evacuations that are in place right now. And I'm just trying to take off that part of it because what we're seeing right now is the different evacuation alerts and orders that are in place. So the red is orders and yellow, of course, is alerts. If you don't know about the alert and order system, it's pretty straightforward. Evacuation order means you have to leave immediately. I think it's important to say, an alert is be prepared to leave in short notice. This is the time to get prepared. If you're outside of that area, you're not under alert or order, pay attention to what's happening, follow official sources, and be prepared if the situation changes. But I want to mention, I saw a comment about someone who was embedded with the fire department. I don't know about that, and I'm not sure. But if anyone is behind the lines and they're allowed to be there, there's a protocol in place. It's still not safe for the general public to be in. And I think anything that they're doing in there, if they're authorized to be doing it, doesn't mean that, because they're there, we should all be there. It's absolutely a different situation. So let's not get confused with that. It's pretty challenging to be in a situation like me and like many of my colleagues where you're waiting and you don't know. And when people say there's no information, that's not accurate. There is information, and this is what it is that there's no decision right now on when you can get back into your property, and these are the reasons why. And I've been listing those, and I won't list them again right now. But I think the bottom line is that it's busy, and it's still dangerous, and it's still there's very much a big unknown with this wildfire. Having said that, I don't want to be the face of doom here. I want to be the person that reminds you that people are in place to deal with these types of situations. And you know that we've dealt with it in this province so many times and are dealing with it in other regions of the province right now. And I don't want to forget about those people too, because when we zoom out and look at other wildfires, there's probably people watching this right now saying, we're not hearing about our fire. Why are you not talking about our fire? Not that they would want me to do that, of course, but let's not forget about the other fires in this province that are impacting people in a very big way. And those local emergency representatives who are, and volunteers as well with ESS who are working to help those people. And when you look at our province this year, it's quite a bit different than last year. I do have to step out for a moment and speak with the team here. So I'm going to take a pause. I'm going to put up my sign here, and I will be back just after 8 o'clock with our next update, if I have any new information for you. And if I do, I'll share that with you. I do appreciate your patience when I have to disappear like this, but I have to go and see what else I can get for information, find out what some of our other tasks are for the day. I think I'll leave the share screen up so you can see what's happening. I think what I should do, though, is go back to our region and click on this fire here, which is, of course, the Bald Range fire. And I'll just leave that up on the screen while I go and talk to my colleagues. Stand by. And again, what you're looking at here is the evacuation alerts and orders that are in place right now, including the one to the north, which is in the Regional District of Central Okanagan. Stand by. I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, back again. Hello, my name is Eric, and I'm with the Emergency Operations Center in Penticton, and I'm with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, the RDOS. We're live streaming to provide real-time information, which I have about the Emergency Support Services Program. I had a chance just a moment ago to speak with one of the ESS directors who was briefly visiting the emergency operations, and I asked her some very quick questions, and she was incredibly helpful. So I'm going to walk you through this process, and then I'm going to talk to my colleagues and see if there's a way we can easily explain that on the RDOS website and some of the documentation. But having said that, really where you should go is to the ess.gov.bc site.ca rather. ESS. So here's how this works. It's a bit complicated, but maybe not really. First of all, I'm going to put the link in the chat so that you have it. And someone asked me about pinning these items. I will try to remember to do that. Like this one here. Pin the message. So let's go to share screen. Oops. Let's go back to share screen. What's interesting about emergency support services is that it really does work the way that I thought it did. When you go into the reception center or when you go online, they're going to ask you some questions. One of them is, do you have home insurance? Home insurance that covers your covers being evacuated, being on an evacuation order. If the answer is yes, then you might not be eligible for emergency support services. But having said that, if you're at the reception center and you're talking to someone, what might be the case is that you need help. If you need help, I mean, legitimately need help, you don't have any funds, you need a hotel room, and it might take a while for your insurance company to help you, you can have that conversation with an ESS rep. I don't want to get into the details on that because I'm not an expert. It's not what I do, but I know that part of it. So keep that in mind. It's not about trying to get some money because it's available and you need some extra money. It'd be nice to have. It's about need. And for example, if you're out of your house right now and you know that to get some help from the insurance company might take 24 hours or take a period of time, you can certainly share that with the ESS volunteer you're speaking with, because it's about providing for people who don't have what they need. And your bank account could be empty. You might have insurance, but your bank account could be empty. You might need that support. So that's a conversation you need to have. If you don't need the support, like you have a place to stay and you're not looking for a couple of extra dollars for dinner or anything like that, and you just want to go somewhere, do you need to register? The answer is you can register, because then if you want, if you can, because if the situation changes, and let's say you do need support at some point, or the situation changes, whatever that may be, you can register because then the process is done. The verification process can take time. And what I've heard is that I know the province, and I can't speak on behalf of the province, but I think what's happening is they are, I got to stand by for an interview. They are working to expedite the verification process, which is basically your Services BC card, your face, your photo of your face to verify you are who you say you are. So that process, there's work being done to expedite that process. More volunteers are being brought in to expedite the process as well at the reception center. I think those are some of the key points to keep in mind. So that's how emergency support services works in a nutshell and very high level. If you go to the website that I'm looking at right now with you, ess.gov.bc.ca, there is a phone number. You can phone that number for information. You may have to wait because, as you know, it's not just this region that is experiencing a major wildfire. We have other regions in the province that are impacted by fires as well. But if you scroll through this website, if you take a moment to look at it, you will see more information about the process, what you should do, what eligibility looks like, how you register, creating a profile. Might take time, but that's the process. So having said that, I think for some of us, it's challenging to know that it's not just cut and dry. It's not easy. We just walk in, we get ESS support, and we're good, and we go somewhere. Sometimes there's challenges Sometimes there's delays. So all I say again, if I can, is just please be, and certainly provide some grace to those volunteers, and know that they're doing the very best they can and some more, and steps are being taken to improve the process. All right, I'm just going to check here. I'm doing an interview at 9:40, so I'm going to pause in a moment to set up. You know what? I just read an article that talked about me, which was awkward, but it mentioned that I was tinkering with my computer, and that is actually just the nature of what I'm doing in this situation, is trying to keep the computer going and trying to manage the technology. I think that was probably one of the more important things at the moment that I wanted to talk about was, the fact that ESS, there's a process to follow. It's not always easy, but there's rationale behind it. And there was a comment made earlier, which I responded to, about, denying people coverage when they did the right thing by getting insurance. Another thing that I learned, this is really important. Your insurance, and I cannot speak on behalf of any insurance provider. I'm speaking about what I've heard from an ESS director on the process. In most cases, if you have insurance that covers you under an evacuation order, your coverage kicks in sometimes, and again, it could be different for different people, the moment you're out of your home. So what people would look at, what your insurance provider might look at, is that evacuation order, dated, timestamp. The clock starts ticking. So if you don't access your insurance, but find that you need to 5 days later, and you have maybe 14 days, keep that in mind. And again, I feel uncomfortable even talking about this because I'm not in the insurance business and I do not speak for them, but I want to give you a general idea of what the case might be. Talk to your insurance provider and find out specifically, what am I covered for? There may be a deductible. Hopefully it doesn't impact your premium, but those things, you need to have that conversation with your insurance provider, which of course can be very difficult at 12 o'clock at night. So that is the nature of a wildfire. It's big, it's fast, things happen, and getting prepared, if you're in an alert area right now, that's the conversation to have with your insurance company right now. Am I covered? What's going to happen? And ask questions. Ask questions and do your research. But remember that one of the questions you'll be asked when you ask for, if you need ESS support, is, do you have coverage? And again, it's not cut and dried. Talk to a reception or a volunteer if you get a chance to, or however you do that. If you need help, someone's going to help you. And now group lodging is made available right now. It's being made available. So let's just say you are on an evacuation order and you don't have anywhere to go. You don't have any funds. You're trying to get ESS support. You're trying to deal with your insurance company, but it's 1 a.m. There's group lodging. You've got a place to stay. You've got supplies. I went to the reception center in Penticton last night, Sunday night, and there were people there. There's a kitchen, there's muffins, there's food. People were being calm. So I hope that helps. I want to, I just had a thought when I was out there talking to my colleagues about cats and dogs, and that I took my dog and my 2 cats and the hamster. Some people had to leave those pets behind, and some people had to leave livestock and animals behind. And I can appreciate what you're going through, but temporary access is very challenging in an environment like this wildfire. So alerting this organization through the process by contacting the phone number I mentioned there, 250-490-4225, going on the website to fill out the form if you're requesting temporary access, but flagging that you have a concern because you have animals that are still behind. Everything will be done to try and get alert in there. Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team, who I believe, I'm not sure if they've gone in, where they are, I can't speak to that, but know that if they're in the area and they're aware of those animals, whether you've told them or they've learned themselves, they'll do what they can to take care of them. Having said that, I think we need in our Emergency Operations Center, and I don't want anyone else to help us with that, I'm going to talk to one of our staff members about bringing in a dog, a friendly dog. During an emergency, everyone's busy and they're amped up. Pets can be so wonderful to just hang out with. You probably all know that. I don't need to tell you that. But I just thought, wouldn't that be funny? I bet if we brought a puppy in here right now, maybe a 2-year-old dog, the mood would change immediately. So that's what I'm going to work on today. We don't need any help. Please don't come down here. Please don't. We want to keep it professional, but internally, I'm sure someone's got a puppy that wants to come and say hi. Totally off base here. Just about 9, or it's 9:32. So I am going to take a short break. You might see me here on my computer. I'm going to turn the mic off so you don't hear me tapping on my computer, but I'm going to get set up for an interview with somebody, and then CBC, I think. Oh, and the phone's ringing. So stand by. Thank you. Just trying to manage these different media requests, and one from CTV News Channel just came in, and I don't have it, and I'm working on 2 different computers. So when it comes in, like it just did now, I'm going to forward it to myself. When I do the interview, I'll turn the mic back on. Okay, this is a CTV News interview, so stand by. I'll be talking to another computer. Hopefully some of this information might be helpful. Hello? Oh, sorry. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? I just wanted to let you know I'm live streaming right now, so I may be talking to another camera for a moment, but when you tell me to go, I'll be standing by and ready. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, and the shot's okay? Okay, great. So right now I have my computer here, right here. So I have a Mac, and I've set it up actually on some books. Right down there. Oops, shouldn't have moved that camera. That was a bad idea. There we go. Little headroom. So I'm just setting up for the CTV interview, and as soon as I'm done that, I'll get back to talking about some of the other issues that we're working on for today. Temporary access will be a big one, and again, a challenge. So not an easy thing where it's open to everybody. People will also be looking at, when can they go home? And people might say, I haven't heard any information about when I can go home. It's because there's nothing available. That's actually what's really helpful about this live stream, is that when that information becomes available, you'll hear about it right away here. I will actually go out and get the information, or someone will come in and talk to me and say, we're changing the status of whatever that is. And when it becomes official and it's verified, we'll let you know right away, and we'll put it on the website. And anyone who's directly involved, if it's an alert or order, will receive notification through the Voyant Alert system. So I think it's really, really important to remember that. If you're signed up for Voyant Alert and there's something you need to know, you'll get a notification through Voyant Alert. Others won't get that because it doesn't impact their property, but you'll learn about it here on the website or other areas. So that's important to remember. I'm going to take a photo of this multiple screen operation here. Trying to track some of this stuff for historical purposes, just for my own interest. I think it's been kind of interesting for me, and I'm really interested in just history and behind the scenes stuff. So I just like to take pictures of stuff that people don't normally take pictures of necessarily. All right, I'm going to stand by for this interview. How's everybody doing, by the way? I hope you're taking care of yourself. And with this smoke, that's the thing. If you're living in this area, it's pretty smoky. So we'll have to spend a lot of time indoors. And yeah. I usually stay away from social media, chats and Facebook comment groups and stuff like that. Sorry to hear about your loss. Someone just commented about a loss. Okay. I'm going to have to take a break soon, I think. Phone, email, chat, news. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you. Well, it's interesting you say that, because while I'm covering the fires as far as my job and being involved here in the Emergency Operations Center, as soon as this wildfire broke out, I was called into the Emergency Operations Center. I actually started working from home remotely to get some information posted. And then when I had an opportunity, I raced south about 15 minutes or so to Penticton. I live north in Summerland. And then I started working in the Emergency Operations Center. And I said right away, let's go on YouTube and use the live stream, because we realized how big this fire was. And trying to get information out through an information release, type it out, get it verified and put it on, was not going to work. So I'm really glad we did that. Having said that, I did not see the flames because I was in Penticton. I learned there was an evacuation order, just like the rest of the public. And my colleagues said, we're putting this order in place now and you need to go home. And I said, absolutely. I called my wife. She was already making arrangements. And then I went through that process of evacuating. And while still knowing that when that wrapped up, at some point I was going to be coming back in here to continue doing my job. I think I'm just trying to pause and keep it in perspective. What's really helping me is that my family is safe and happy and they're doing okay. They're outside of the area. We were lucky enough to stay with a family that offered their home to us, who we're friends with, and another family came with us, and my in-laws. So it's basically a time away for the children, and they're happy, and my family's happy, and I'm glad. That makes it easier for me. So now what I'm doing is focusing on what I would normally do, which is my job. And I think it gives me a little bit of focus. Well, you've probably seen the images, like many people have, that are on social media of people evacuating the area, the incredible flames. And I should go back to what you said. Absolutely, my heart goes out to people who've suffered a loss, certainly the loss of life. And that, at the end of the day, is really, what we're trying to do is prevent loss of life, and then make people comfortable as well. But, just trying to assess the damage is a challenge with an active wildfire. So a lot of the information out there is anecdotal. And when you look at a YouTube or clips like you're showing, that says it all. There's nothing that any local government or official is going to say that's going to change that. But doing the damage assessment and providing accurate and confirmed information to the homeowners is part of the process that's underway right now. And it does take time. A lot of people are wondering how they can get in and take a look for themselves. And that's going to be challenging. It's going to take days. It's going to take weeks to really assess the damage, make it safe for people to go home. But I can tell you firsthand, all efforts are being made to get people in as quickly as they can. But the fire is still very active. And BC Wildfire, as you know, is the lead agency on this wildfire. They'll be providing updates through the day. The website, bcwildfire.ca is an excellent source of not only what the fire is doing, but they're also providing the information that we're providing, which is those alerts and orders, so people know exactly what is happening in that area. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. We're done there. So I apologize you can't hear the questions that that gentleman was asking me, but I'm using my headphones because the audio is a lot better on the on this computer for that type of interview. But he was asking about, people, how they're going to know about the status of their property. And they were showing video that people have recorded, when they were fleeing the area, either during the fire or after the fire. And pictures don't lie. So there's not much I can say about that. People don't need verification if they've seen that. But there is a process in place to get people back, and that's underway. But because this fire is still so active and so volatile, it's really challenging to start opening areas up and have people traveling through there. And that I hope people can appreciate and understand that, because I think it's a really important thing to know. Yeah, some of these comments, I'm I don't know, heartened by some of the comments, because what people are doing is providing me with some kind of guidance on the things people are thinking about and what should be said. And someone here saying no one is helpless. I think that's so important. We're not helpless. We can take charge of the situation by, first off, being calm, making sure we put our hand up if we need help, understanding that the process does take time and there may be some delays and challenges, but that people are working really hard to work through those challenges and to help you and get you the support you need. At the end of the day, picking up the phone and making a phone call, whether it's to the emergency operations center just to say, hey, I have a problem, I can't figure it out, and maybe getting some direction, or reaching out to mental health hotline. And the term mental health for some people may have the wrong connotation. It's just a helpline to say, I just want to talk to somebody. Maybe you're lonely, I don't know. But if you need help and you want to talk to somebody, know that there are people out there. As far as helping people, earlier I was talking about donations, so financial donations, physical donations of items. There are a number of local agencies that are working on that. Please reach out to, we'll call them accredited organizations that you know of, the United Way, Red Cross. I mentioned earlier the South Okanagan, the Community Foundation of South Okanagan, those types of groups, or plan to help a family in need if you know of somebody. I know several families right now who have been impacted by this fire. I know them personally. And when I see and hear what they're saying, I just, it hits you. So what you can do is maybe help those people if you know of someone, and in a way that makes sense. You know, you're not going to phone somebody up and say, "Hey, I'm going to help your family." There's a process, I'm sure, but I said earlier I saw a post from a friend that I know, and just a wonderful person, and she said, "We're going to need help. We're going to need support." And I thought to myself, "That's interesting." She said that online. We're going to need support. What does that mean? They're going to need the support of their family and loved ones. They've lost everything, and they've lost personal mementos, and you can't replace that. But the financial part of it and the time it's going to take to rebuild their home is where people really need that help. Maybe it's a place to stay. Maybe it's temporary accommodations. We've had so many people reaching out, and I've heard of it on social media where people are saying, you know, we live in a different area. If you need to come in, I had somebody send me an email saying if you need to come and stay at our cabin. And I thought, you know, I'd actually like to just go and stay there for a while and just kind of go hiking. But I also want to stay here and continue to do my job, because in the early stages of these wildfires, like we are in right now, and we're very much in it. It's not like it's kind of winding down. We're in it. This is where the work has to happen. And as you know, with any first responder, all of you probably know some first responders, and I'm not a first responder, but first responders, when things happen, we've heard about this so many times in emergencies where they've got their family and their family's impacted, but their family's safe and they get back to work. And they know that in those first few days or several days, that's when they need to be doing what they're doing. Here in the Emergency Operations Center, we really try to build a situation where people rotate in and out. So it's not always the same people doing the same job. And although I've been doing some nonstop broadcasting on YouTube, and it seems like I'm always here, I am taking time for myself, and I am making contingency plans to not be here all the time so that I can rest and take time. And what that might mean is either somebody else stepping in to provide some updates, not necessarily the live streaming, because I don't think everybody's comfortable with that, and I don't blame them. And I think also what we really need to do is just make sure we're getting the information out in any way we can. And what we used to do here at the RDOS is we would have those video briefings. So it would be at a set time, and we can say, if there's any new information, this is how you'll get it. And that's probably now not as good for people because they're used to having this. But the key to remember is that if there is any new information, and I'm really just talking and reminding and providing just a mishmash of information and reacting to what people are saying and the kinds of questions they're asking. If there's new information, it will be posted on official sources on websites and Facebook through the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, and then other provincial organizations like BC Wildfire Service and Emergency Info BC will then also repost that. If it's information you absolutely need to know, if there is a change, you will hear about it through Voyant Alert if it impacts your property. So Voyant Alert is a notification system. If you haven't gone online to register, go to the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca, go there and sign up for Voyant Alert. What you do is you pick locations. So you might want to pick Penticton if you work in Penticton, and pick Summerland, which oddly enough right now you can't go to, but maybe you live there. Then if there's a notification for anything that's going on in one of those areas that's critical, you'll get that. If it's more informational, you can get that as well, but you can opt out of the informational. All right. Someone's saying grab a coffee and take a break. I don't know if you're talking to me. I will. Thank you. I would actually, I spoke earlier and I didn't mean to make light of it, but I was talking about, you know, a dog, having a dog in here. And I just think even for anybody, you know, and that's one thing with evacuees. I don't know if they have a therapy dog going to the reception center, but I'm going to remind them that I think now is a good time. Just take a break and talk to the puppy or pet the puppy or whatever you got to do. But it helps take your mind off. And I've heard it lowers your blood pressure. And I think that can be good. I'm getting some more email that I'm going to have to manage here with regard to media. So I'm going to take that, and I've got to go and talk to my colleagues as well and hopefully get some more information. Someone's asking about Alertable and Voyant. So there are two very different systems, and different local governments use different systems. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, my colleague at Columbia Shuswap uses Alertable, and then Voyant Alert. It's just basically two different systems. So if you live in this region and you sign up for Voyant Alert within the regional district, Penticton and several local municipalities use it, including the District of Summerland. You sign up for Voyant Alert, you'll get notifications. If you live on the coast, whatever system they're using doesn't really matter. If you pick a PIN a location in this region, you'll get the notifications. And that can be really helpful for people who own property here and might want to know if something's going on, or they have family or friends or relatives, maybe their parents live here. And then Alertable is just a different system altogether. So you may have to go and sign up for Alertable as well if it's in a different region and you want to get those notifications. So that's one thing I would keep in mind. I am going to take a short break. I'm seeing my colleagues flag me down. We have conversations throughout the day about operational issues, what's going on, what do we need to know, what's our focus. Sometimes they have information I can share. So I'll be taking about a 15-minute break, and I'll plan to come back either right at or just after the top of the hour, which will be 10 o'clock local time. And I'll see you then. Thanks. Oh, I'm smiling because I've just been in meetings, and I need to take a breath. I want you to know that I'm going to get an email here, a text from, I think an email from one of my colleagues, and just 1 second, sorry. It's about the stats that we're getting on the RDOS website. So when you go to the RDOS website, there's a link that will take you to the Emergency Operations Center. So it's the EOC website, emergency.rdos.bc.ca. I can put that in here, but it's the link to that, the interactive map. And a lot of people are going to that interactive map. And I think the stats were something like 320,000 people have clicked on that map to look at alerts and orders, which is really interesting because what that tells me is it's not just people from this area, it's people from outside the area who are just interested. We've seen that in other areas like Los Angeles when they had major wildfires. I was following it pretty closely, and I went to the Los Angeles City website, and right away there's something that popped up, and it said, you know, here's a map, and I thought it was really interesting just to see how they did that. But they later on talked about how many eyes were on it. So I just want you to know that I have had a chance now to speak with a number of people that I work with here in the Emergency Operations Center, which, by the way, is a regional emergency operations center. So we're working with all the partners in this area, including, of course, BC Wildfire Service. What we're in the process of doing right now is getting information, because it is changing all the time, and we're trying to really perfect how we're doing it and making sure that we're doing it in the most efficient manner for you, for the public, and also something that works internally. So we're going to be putting out a document shortly that has information about temporary access permits. And remember, though, that the process is one thing, but the ability and availability is another thing, because it's still an active wildfire. So that will be on the website, rdos.bc.ca. That's for temporary access permits. Not a lot of them will be available because, again, it's still an active area. I know if you have pets or animals, that's not what you want to hear, but alert, and I haven't had a chance to look into what alert is exactly doing or where they are, and I can't speak on their behalf, but I know that that's one of the groups that are trained and available to be into areas where they can be to help with animals and livestock. I wanted you to know as well that BC Wildfire will provide information on their website, any new information as far as the growth of that fire, the size of that fire, including links to current alerts and orders that the RDOS has put out. They share that information as well. Any new information will be posted immediately or as soon as it's available, and they can get it on the website. So you'll find any change there. If the status of this fire changes as far as alerts or orders, you'll find out about your property through the Voyant alert system. If you haven't signed up, please do. You'll get a notice that either the alert or the order has changed. So I want you to be aware of that. It won't just all of a sudden happen and you won't know. So if you signed up for Voyant, you'll find out as well. We'll share it here and we'll share it for you right away, but we'll also be putting it on the website. And again, that information will then be shared by BC Wildfire and others. I can tell you as well that BC Wildfire's update here with us will be later in the afternoon. Things are changing. They're very busy, changing in the sense that this is, it's a dynamic situation. So what that means is that at the earliest possible opportunity, we'll bring BC Wildfire on this live stream to share information with you. My sense is it'll be later in the afternoon. But if anything changes in the meantime with regard to the fire that you need to know about, it'll be on the BC Wildfire website. If the alerts or orders change, we'll put it on our website, and again, it'll be shared. So I hope that's pretty clear. And I just remembered I do need to call a colleague from the Columbia-Shuswap Regional District to clarify something with her. It's very important. And then I'm just going to deal with a couple of other issues. And I want you to know that everyone working behind the scenes is really focused on making sure that that the fires managed, prevent any kind of damage. And I mean, I can't talk about the fire, but you know what I'm trying to say. I hope that professionals are working hard to fight this fire. The crew here at the Emergency Operations Center and all the partners we're working with are doing what they can to make sure that we're helping evacuees and that you have the information you need. And then we've got volunteers who are doing an incredible job. So your patience and your understanding and support of the process is really important. It looks like we've got some clearer skies today. So if you're out in the water, please remember we're planning to go out there. I mean, stay off the water if you can, but certainly stay away from the center of that lake and where you see crews working. If they are, absolutely stay away. Aircraft coming in, not safe for you to be there and not helpful. As well, not that you would fly a drone, but that's also really important to not be part of the problem. If you're in the backcountry or planning to go in the backcountry, highly advise that you be careful and not go in with motorcycles and ATVs and those types of things in areas that are really dry. And I can hear in the back of my head when I say that people saying it's going to be fine or don't tell me what to do. But what I'm thinking is we're in a situation in this whole region, when you look at the map, that's volatile and serious. So if you don't need to be in the backcountry, especially with a vehicle, now's the time not to do that. And of course, any kind of lit material, a cigarette or anything like that, be aware of how dry it is right now. That's the shortest message I can give you. I do need to make a couple of calls and talk to some people here, but I wanted to give you that update. I'm really going to try to focus for the rest of the day on updates at the bottom and top of the hour. So right now, 11:30, I'll do a quick reset and then I'm going to step out and then I'll aim for 12 o'clock as well. I really hope this has been helpful for you. Just please remember that it's an active situation. Information is moving fast. If you have some concerns or questions, make sure you go to the official sources. Don't rely on rumors, especially online. If you feel the need right now, certainly not on this platform, but even on Facebook and others, you just want to go off and rant and talk about who's doing what and who's not doing. I just want you to know, and this is me speaking personally, it's not helpful. It actually causes a lot more stress, and it's not helpful at all. If you're an evacuee and you feel uncomfortable or unhappy with what's going on, and you really need to talk to somebody, I would invite you to pick up the phone and share your thoughts or send an email, because it can be stressful, and I appreciate that. But I want you to know that everybody working on this wildfire from BC Wildfire Service, and I'm not speaking on their behalf, I'm speaking as an individual in the Emergency Operations Center, everybody involved is doing the very best they can. Many of them are evacuees. They're taking time away from their families, and they are professionals, and now they are activating to keep you safe and to keep you comfortable with things like ESS support, making the system work the best they can, pivoting, adjusting if we need to. We'll try our best to keep the media updated as well, and that's really important, and we appreciate the media. I've had a bunch of requests now for individual interviews, and it's getting harder and harder because there's so much happening. So I would invite the media to watch the live feed and maybe send a question if there's something specific you need. I know that's not as ideal as doing a Zoom or something, but in the short term, that's what we'll have to do. So thanks again. So again, I'll probably be back again shortly, but my goal now is back at 12 and then top and bottom of the hour. So 12, 12:31, that kind of thing. Because then I think we get in a bit of a rhythm, and people, looking at this blank office will know that there's a method to it. We haven't used a live stream before, so it is still new. It's a process, I think, that we are workshopping live and through this incident that I hope will work for future incidents, not just for the RDOS, but for other local governments in a way that can set the bar to a point where people can get the information they need in real time in conjunction with the media. And that's what I absolutely love about this whole process. Now, earlier I was saying, break at the top of the hour because your media is reporting and doing stories. I think we just have to get into a rhythm that makes sense. You can watch the media. Some people like to watch two screens. You can watch both if you want. But I will let you know again, if there's any new information that you need, you'll see it here certainly, but you will see it on the RDOS website. And then again, shared by some of the others in the region like BC Wildfire, and then of course the media as well. All right, with that, I'm going to take a very short break, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks a lot. I'm going to be checking email, so I might still be here. So I just wanted you to know that I'm not ignoring you. Hello, welcome back. I guess I'm the one coming back. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm with the Emergency Operations Center. And looks like I need to drink some water. I've been in a number of meetings and talking with my colleagues, and we're really working on what the next little while is going to look like for public information, and we're making some headway. Sorry. Just so you know, I'm taking care of myself. I've had too many comments about people asking if I'm okay. I'm perfectly fine. I'm doing what I need to be doing on a busy day. What will happen through the day today, again, is I'm really going to try to focus on bottom of the hour, top of the hour updates, because I think that makes us, that rhythm makes sense to people who are going about their daily lives and want some information. So rather than just randomly be here, I think if we can do bottom and top of the hour, so 12:30 right now, and then 1 o'clock later, I think that would probably be good. You know, there's this wildfire right now is certainly active, and I, as I've said many times, don't speak to the wildfire itself. BC Wildfire does that. We're working to bring BC Wildfire in for an update, and it'll likely be later in the afternoon, and it's just simply because of logistics, and we don't want to take up their time multiple times, so we'd rather do it a little later in the day. At 1 o'clock, I'm hoping to have a bit more information for you on when we can provide some more thorough updates as well. You know, I'm hearing some interesting comments from people and phone calls and emails, and one of them is people in the district of Summerland might be looking for information. We are operating a regional emergency operations center. So it's the RDOS has the emergency operations center here. Each municipality and First Nation has their own operating EOC that supports the larger EOC, and that's what this is. It's a regional EOC, emergency operations center. So we're providing the communication, and we're providing the information and a coordination, overseeing and helping with, not overseeing, but assisting with evacuation alerts and orders to each of the municipalities and to PIB as well. So what we're going to do is just remind you that if you're looking for any information, whether it's a temporary access permit or an alert or an order, you're going to find it here on the RDOS website. So again, not to confuse you, but we have the RDOS website at rdos.bc.ca. When you go to that website, you can click on a link that will take you to the interactive map. And not to confuse you, but that will take you to the Emergency Operations Center website. Bottom line is, people have been finding that interactive map, and that map has the latest information on all the evacuation alerts and orders. So if you live in Summerland and you're looking for that information website, or you go to the district Facebook page, there's going to be a post, it may already be up, that will say, please go to the Regional Emergency Operations Center page, and that's rdos.bc.ca. That's where you're going to find the information you need. I won't speak on behalf of the Penticton Indian Band, but I can tell you that anyone who is a member, community member, will find information through the regular channels that you would. An alert or an order that's effective anywhere in the area, whether it was issued by PIB or through the RDOS or in coordination with, doesn't matter, you will find it on the RDOS website. You'll also find it on the BC Wildfire website. BC Wildfire has been excellent at, and they do this across the province. When there's an alert or an order in place and you're looking for information, you'll find it there. So that's one part of it. And a lot of questions around structure loss and around damage to properties, and people might be saying, why do I not have information? In order to provide official, verified information, and that's really important. We've seen anecdotally, we've seen video, all of us, I'm a resident, I've seen video of some of the damage and destruction in the area. But that is absolutely different than verified information. And part of that is going in to do a rapid damage assessment on a property. That has to happen in a way that keeps people safe. So if you want to get into your property for whatever reason, just because you want to get back and take a look at things, because you want to get back to feed some animals, there's a process for that. And I do urge you to be patient and understand that it's a safety issue. I think when people start getting upset and mad as though they're being held back or they're not getting information, I want to be clear. And again, I'm speaking very candidly here as an individual who's impacted directly by this wildfire and someone who would absolutely love to get home. that every step is being taken to get people back into their homes in a safe manner. That's the key. When you hear from BC Wildfire and you look at the map and you see what this fire is doing, you should say to yourself, it's still an active wildfire in this region. So we have to be patient. And that is unfortunately just the way it is with these situations. This is not new. What I think is great is that you can know that people are taking steps and they have plans in place for all of this. And if for some reason things change, as it did the other night on Friday, I was on here live and it changed for me when I found out there was going to be an evacuation order. I had to get out. I had to go and attend to my property. So if you're in a situation right now where you're in an your property is under an evacuation alert, or you're anywhere in the vicinity of that fire, don't panic. Don't feel stressed. I understand that part of it. Personally, I do. But what I would say is take the steps to be prepared. Make sure you have the information you need. And we talked about that earlier with ESS. What does that look like? If I all of a sudden have to leave my property, and it could be 2 weeks from now from a different fire, or it could be a year from now, or you could be visiting somewhere else. What does that look like for your family? What have you done? What steps do you need to be prepared for that? And take my advice, call your insurance company in advance if you're in an area that is under an evacuation alert. I'm going to take a short break. I'm looking at the screen here, and I think my face is really red because I haven't had some water in the last little bit, and I've been not drinking what I need to. So I'm going to get some water, and then come back again and talk a bit more. But I really do urge to avoid, and I'm saying this because it just happens all the time, avoid the social media doom scrolling. Everybody's mad. What's happening? I'm not getting any information. And again, I feel like, I hope I don't get myself in hot water by being so candid, but it's so important for all of us as individuals to really make sure we have the information that we need, and make sure that when we have that information, we can then understand why decisions are being made. You have an incredible group of people all across the board, from community members to first responders, BC Wildfire Service, local and visiting fire departments, volunteers and the province. We can't forget the province, working together, putting plans in place to manage. When you look outside and you see a plume of smoke and you know what this fire is doing, they're managing a very active wildfire. Luckily, they know what they're doing. The key in all of this is to keep everyone safe. And that has been happening. Of course, we've heard of a fatality. And for me, that's devastating to hear. And my heart goes out to the family. And certainly anyone who's lost property or had damage. Again, I know people who have been impacted. So we're thinking about those people. But I shared a story with a friend. He said it was okay. I'm not going to use his name, but he said it was okay to share his story, who had to escape the fire in Falder, but got out with his life, with his family. And it moved so fast. And he said it was frightening. But I reminded him that although your property's been affected, you have your family. And he understood that, and he appreciates that. It's difficult, obviously, and I'm not in that situation. I don't want to be in that situation, but I want people to understand that we're talking about life safety as one of the most important aspects of all of this. And that's where the professionals have come in. And now it goes to comfort as well. So with the emergency support services, a lot of people inundated the system that is set up to help people. And there were challenges, and they were fixed or are being addressed in any way possible. Bringing in more volunteers, training more volunteers who can come and help with the forms, talking to the province about how that online system works. Also last night, a number of people here, and it was later in the evening, went to the reception center, made it happen, got people hotel rooms. And that's the kind of thing you can do in a wildfire when things change, is you can pivot, you can do what has to get done. But I can share with you again, when you're unhappy and you're stressed, if you take it out on the people who are trying to help you, it won't help. If you understand why, I hope it provides some solace. I hope it provides some comfort to know what's happening and why. Nobody is sitting back and saying, we don't want you to go to your property. We're just keeping you out. It's about safety. And again, this fire, and I don't think you need to be stressed or be scared, but you need to understand that it's something that none of us can control. So when you don't know exactly where it's going to go, but you're looking at the winds and you're seeing the information that's out there, that can help inform you that now is not the time to be going back into that area. There are first responders who are in there and others who are in safe areas, but operating in small pockets in a way that they are trained and know how to work around that and get out if it becomes dangerous, but doing the work that needs to get done, like firefighters, for example. So I just do want to share that. Someone's telling me to get some water. I'm going to go do that, and I'm going to come back in just a moment. And we're back. Okay. Again, let's reset. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm an information officer with the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And I've been live streaming what seems like now for several days, but it started on Friday at around 7 o'clock or so. And we are using this platform as a way of providing real-time information, talking to citizens, residents, visitors, anybody who's out there who wants to listen, including the media. And the idea, I think, is to make this process better. Information is always, always, always difficult to come by during an emergency. But what's really, and I absolutely love this technology to be able to read what somebody says and be able to look at you virtually and say, here's what we know. I do not speak on behalf of other agencies, but I know what information is available publicly. It's available to you, and it's available to me here at my computer. So if the answers that you have don't make you happy or you don't agree with them, I understand that. I recommend writing an email, sharing your thoughts. Okay, here's what I felt. Here's how this didn't work for me. Here's my solution or what I would like to have happen. That's the way I think we should look at that. And I'm saying this as somebody who has, okay, so I agree with that. They're saying we need a moderator. So, you know, the problem with that is if people are going to go on here and they're going to make silly comments and they're going to be conspiracy theorist people, I don't have the time to babysit that part of it. And I'm talking to those people. And I would appreciate it if they'd go somewhere else. If you can block them as a viewer, I'll try to do that as well. It's absolutely not helpful. We are trying to share information with people who are out on evacuation order, people like me and many of my colleagues and many of the people fighting the fire and volunteers. We're trying to provide information to the greater public, people who just want information, including the media. So when people use this, okay, there's no option to block people. I get it. And, you know, if we have to shut the comments down, what's that going to do? I'm so troubled. I don't want to go off on a tangent. I'm so troubled by people who do that, who don't know any better and don't know how to behave online. It's really troubling. But anyway, yeah, I'll talk to we're actually in the middle of an emergency. So a lot of my colleagues are working on information. So for them to have to come and moderate this is such a bummer. But I'm going to go remind them about that because, we can't have people with a bunch of unhelpful information. But I am going to talk to my colleague right now because I see her here and I'll be right back. Sorry if I was abrupt. Real-time communication at work. Joni is moderating the comments. I've asked Joni to keep an eye on what people are saying. And if they decide that they need to make any kind of personal attacks or make this a political thing, this wildfire, and they're not helping what we're trying to, I think we've set the ground rules. I hope that this is a place to provide information, to build some community, to respond to real-time questions, that we will ask those people not to do that by simply deleting their comment and or blocking them. I don't understand why. You know what? I've learned this. Again, this is me speaking personally. I'm going to step out on the ledge here. I have learned that when people are really negative and really angry, they've probably got something going on in their life, and we have to give them some grace too, up until they start to impact and affect others in a very negative way, such as social media comments that are really negative and unhelpful, period. Let's move on. So, time to check email. No, I'm just kidding. No, I do actually have to check email. I'm seeing some interview requests, and it's going to be very difficult for me to do that at the moment, but I will do my very best. So if any media people who sent an email are watching, I see you. It's going to take me just a short bit of time to catch up and to do all the other things that I need to do. And I'm really hopeful that this platform will be helpful. So 2:15 I can do. Anyway, you know, I guess right now, if we're going to do a reset on what's happening, is that you look outside right now, we can see some sunshine, but it's incredibly smoky right now in this area. I'm in Penticton at the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and you know, that just adds to the challenges that we're facing. You know, people who are on. I think one of the reasons this stream is so busy is that people are out of their homes, and many of them maybe aren't working and have time, or they are working and they're watching it on. I don't really know what people are doing, but I know if I wasn't doing this, if I wasn't actually at work, if I say was just at home and or wherever I'm staying as an evacuee, I would probably want to, for a period of time, just watch what's the latest. Am I missing anything? And usually we're watching the news, and people are still continuing to do that, and I would highly recommend that. But this is providing that outlet. It's all fire all the time, but it's not really meant to be that. It's meant to be information about a major incident that's going on in this area. But more than that, I think our job, and the media can appreciate this too, is not to scare people and not to always talk about what's wrong or what's happening or what they need to do, but how they can also find some comfort, talking to people, talking to them, to their friends and family, reaching out if you're alone and you're on evacuation order, or you're on evacuation alert and you're nervous, or you're in the area and you're nervous or uncomfortable. Reach out, talk to somebody. If you don't have family or friends, go online to a provincially recognized mental health support line, or any of the other areas where you might be able to talk to somebody and just share your feelings. I think at the reception center, what's so great about that is the people who are there are able to talk to each other. Hopefully they're talking about something completely different. Are we talking about hockey yet? I hope we are. I won't tell you who I'm a fan of, because then you're going to start to pile on. Let's not talk about hockey. But that's what I mean, is we need to just not, and again, this is just me speaking as an individual. I'm not a counselor or anything. I'm kind of stream of consciousness a little bit. Based on the fact that we're doing a live stream. Somebody told me, they said they referred to me as a streamer. I guess because I'm streaming, I'm a streamer, but I'm not. I'm an information officer. And well, normally, as a government representative, I'm going to stick to some talking points, and I'm going to stick to some information that you need. I've been given a bit of latitude here to just keep lines of communication open. So I'm taking that opportunity. So let's just look at what the rest of the day is going to be like. 1 o'clock, I'm going to actually pause here in a moment and come back at 1 o'clock for a reset. Where are we at? What does the day look like? How can we get more information to you? What are some of the key concerns that people have? And I know those, believe me. If you say you're not getting information, put it in there. Tell me what it is. I'll try to answer it. I'll tell you why there's no answer for when can I go home? Why is there no answer for what's the fire doing? Where's it going? Let's answer those questions, starting with BC Wildfire. Go to the BC Wildfire website. The latest information on that fire, as far as the perimeter and assets, resources, that kind of thing, They're on the website. They're on the BC Wildfire Service website, bcwildfire.ca. When can I go home? People out here in the Emergency Operations Center and around the area are working to make that happen. They are looking at who needs to go in to the area where it's safe and for what reason, starting with critical infrastructure and going from there. So that's why there's no simple answer. When can I go home? I don't have that answer. I'd love to know that answer. And believe me, what's really interesting about this process is when I learn about my property will be the same time you learn about it. I'll know when somebody comes to me and says, we're going to put in whatever that is, a rescind or temporary access or whatever, then I will A, know that, oh, that might affect me, which is great, and B, letting you know that. So we'll both learn at the same time. Where can we donate? Good question. So on the RDOS website, and I'm going to go and truth this to make sure that I'm correct. I asked my colleagues, so I'm really, really fortunate to be working with some great in the information section, Kate and Joni. Lindsay is helping out as well, and a few others, Natalie. And they've been really, really helpful at updating the information. So if you're looking for donations, we talked earlier with them. We all talked as a group about what's the best way to get information out to people about donations and about financial donations, and also anything else you want to help with, product, that kind of thing. So there is there's somewhere on here, I haven't looked at it yet, so there's a link for that type of thing. So you basically go to the RDOS website, which I've done now. My computer is stalling here. And let's see now, I've got to find this. I'm gonna have to go talk to my colleagues. There was a document we were gonna put up here that talked about where to go for to volunteer and that type of thing. So I'll let you know what I know. Any agency that you trust and know of, whether it's the Red Cross, United Way, local agency, or the South Okanagan, the Community Foundation of South Okanagan, that's where I'd recommend you make a financial donation. Or if you know of a family who's been impacted by this fire and you want to help them, you can talk to them and figure something out. I think that would be an amazing thing to do. The Community Foundation of South Okanagan has a link on their page, many others will as well. So that's up to you, whatever you feel most comfortable with. And then for donations, there's a group locally that has been collecting items, you name it, toiletries, stuff, clothing. They're set up right now at the Penticton campus of Okanagan College. And I believe they're there till 3:30 today. So that's one place where you can make those donations. And so I'm going to take a short break, and I will be back in just a moment with, sorry, I got to get this going here. I'll be back just after 12 or 1 o'clock rather, and hopefully have some more information for you, and we'll continue our live stream. I'm just going to share screen again and leave you with, just give me 1 second here, the map again. I think it's really important to leave that map up. And again, I'll put the link in the chat as well. All right, stand by. Oops. like my mic was on. Interesting point. Having somebody go into the site and live stream what it looks like. Well, I had actually thought, as this situation becomes safer, of potentially taking the live stream into Summerland so that we're there. But Summerland's not the only area. We're talking about rural Summerland, so electoral area F and electoral area I, Penticton Indian Band, and of course Summerland. So to be there showing you that live might be helpful, but it also takes it to a different level and makes it a bit more challenging. And as far as showing specific areas, one thing you don't want to do, media sometimes will do it if they get footage. Somebody can, especially now, it's all over YouTube and other places, showing property that's been impacted by a wildfire for somebody who doesn't know what's going on in there, and then they find out that way. What will happen is, if property is damaged and there is an appropriate rapid damage assessment done, that person will find out directly. It won't be all of us who find out. And that person will have a professional sharing with them and hopefully providing the kind of help they might need. So someone said, is it hard to change the web link on the banner behind you to the EOC page? This one here, if we go to RDOS, I'm going to ask my colleagues to send this one to a page that we were working on that had more of an aggregate of what's happening. Anyway, I'm going to stop again for just a second, if you don't mind, and come back in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Hello again. Well, my plan went out the door about top of the hour, bottom of the hour, putting up my little sign here saying that we're going to continue our live stream. But some interesting comments. I haven't heard about any announcement from the Forest Minister, but I haven't really been paying close attention. Information on power restoration. So that is a very good point, and that information, as soon as it becomes available, power, water, and services, not just in Summerland, but in other areas. I don't, I mean, I haven't heard, so I don't know if the information is available. I know that basically that's what staff are working on right now. Well, not staff, everybody who's out in the field. Drones are banned, I know that. And actually the thing about drones is this goes to, just like with the backcountry, when people use their, well, hopefully best judgment to provide, or to do the right thing. We all know that drones shouldn't be around a wildfire, so hopefully people will follow that. Someone says live on Global. I don't know if that's me. If it is, I should stick to the script here. Anyway, the wildfire itself, the Bald Range wildfire, is large and it's active. And stand by just 1 second. Hold on a second, please. It's a working office. So again, it's weird. I've got a camera on me and people come and talk to me. So for the most part, they stay away because I'm live streaming. Anyway, where were we? So drones, yes, I have had a drone pilot's license and I know exactly what you should and shouldn't do. And people know about not flying near wildfires. And I think it is incredibly challenging when people think it's okay because I want to get some cool shots. It can ground aircraft and stop the firefight, but it can also potentially cause real safety issues for those aircraft. So, there's always going to be people during an emergency that do what they shouldn't do. All we can do is try to educate people and as a community try to make sure that they're not doing that or that they understand that. But now is a really important time in this area because we have such a large wildfire and because the area is prone, the entire province is prone, that the actions we take can really help. And that includes staying out of the backcountry. There was a suggestion there that there was an announcement of that. I haven't heard yet, but certainly using your judgment and anything that could potentially cause a spark. And that's the question to ask yourself, not, oh, it won't happen or I won't do that. Could it potentially cause a spark? Yes. And we all know that. So you have to pay attention to that. And I'm saying this again, I feel like I'm kind of, being dad here. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to share information. And I really got to get back to the script because it's too easy for me to start talking about those things. Let's recap what we know right now. So we'll start with BC Wildfire and what the latest on the wildfire is from the BC Wildfire Service. They are the lead agency on the wildfire. And when we have an opportunity, likely later this afternoon, because they're incredibly busy, when there is an opportunity, we'll bring them in. But what BC Wildfire is doing is, as far as the information officers, that they're talking to media, and I think that's fantastic. That's really what we want, is getting them out there to other people, through other voices, and making sure people hear what they need to hear as far as the update. But our update on the situation is always available on the wildfire website, and it's right here, which I'm sharing, bcwildfire.ca. Now there you see the current perimeter of the wildfire. The Bald Range wildfire, let's see, 15,590 hectares. That's the latest information. And that's as of 9:41 this morning. So that'll likely be updated fairly soon once perimeter is available. During an incident like this, people are really looking, I think, and what we're doing here by live streaming, I think, is we're I hope we're not setting unrealistic expectations of how you can get information minute by minute. That is not my intention. My intention was, when I learned that the community I live in and the region was being impacted by a massive wildfire, and I am tasked with, as one of the information officers, trying to get information out to people as quickly as possible. And we're talking about information like orders and alerts, like that could keep people safe. I realized that what I need to do is open up a live stream feed on YouTube, because it's clunky at the best of times to try to create an information release or any kind of information and put it out there. Voyant Alert is one of the fastest ways to do that, and that's what we did. As soon as I learned what was happening, I was instructed by the EOC director, requested to get a Voyant Alert notification out saying there's a wildfire. And what was happening was a tactical evacuation. So that meant that RCMP and SAR, Search and Rescue, were going out and saying, you need to get out of this area. And I've heard some of the stories of what that looked like. You've probably heard as well about others having to leave the area. And so the Voyant Alert notification goes to people who are directly impacted. That's one of the fastest ways you're going to get information. In my opinion, one of the other ways was to use this platform. So that's what we did. So going back to the map here and the information. So 15,590 hectares, that's the current size of this fire. If you're looking for more information, you can go into the response, the gallery, the maps. Anything else you want to do, that's BC Wildfire. Then if you go to the RDOS website and you want to look at the map, I think the map is through our emergency website is really one of your best bets for current information. That interactive map is updated as soon as an alert or order changes, the status of that. It goes out through Voyant Alert. It's posted on the website, often shared by other partners like BC Wildfire Service. And then this map almost immediately is updated as soon as it becomes official. And what that shows you there is exactly what's happening in this region. So if you're saying I'm not getting information, you're going to receive information directly when it's appropriate through Voyant Alert. That means you'll actually be contacted if the status changes. In the meantime, there's this. So if you don't have somebody contacting you, it's because nothing has changed, but you can find the information here. So I think that's really important. And then one final note before I take a short break again is in the support services. I haven't had a chance, because I've been in here, and in meetings, to talk about what's happening with emergency support services right now. But I do know that steps were taken to bring in more people. I do know that steps were taken last night to get hotel rooms for people. And that process, with a lot of people needing help, is underway right now. And again, if you are in need of emergency support services and you have home insurance, you do need to talk to your insurance provider. The minute you're out of your home on an evacuation order, that's when the time is effective for how long you can get support. So that's really important. And then if you're under an evacuation alert, now is the time to start looking at that. What is your insurance all about? Who do you need to talk to? What are some of the challenges you have to have? Are you registered for ESS? Do you qualify? That kind of thing. So I would highly recommend that. And then, of course, getting your place, your home ready, moving things away. If you're in an alert order, that means, or an alert area, that means that there could be an order. You could be asked to leave at any time if the status changes. It doesn't necessarily mean that will happen. But what steps can you take on your own property? Okay, I'm going to take a short break, and I'm going to go talk to my... Sorry, I jumped the gun there. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to talk to my colleague here, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Hello again. I just wanted to let you know that this live stream you're watching is coming from the Regional Emergency Operations Center from Penticton. And I'm with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, which is operating the Regional Emergency Operations Center on behalf of the Regional District and also the municipalities and Penticton Indian Band in the area. When I say on behalf of, I mean supporting their emergency operations centers and also the RDOS. We're going to keep this live stream going, but I'm going to take a break for a bit because there is some work that I need to get done, and I feel it's very important, and I need to go out and be the section lead for the information section and make sure that the information that we're sending out is exactly what we need it to be, so that if you go to the website or Facebook, you're going to find what you need, and then I'll come back and give you a bit more information here, a bit more free form, so to speak. So I will be stepping out for probably a half an hour or so, and I will do my very best to be back as soon as possible, but definitely by 2 o'clock for another update. I do appreciate your patience, and I do appreciate that people in the comments section are just kind of keeping it to talking amongst yourselves. So if you're asking questions, I won't be here to answer those. We do have a moderator, Joni, keeping an eye on things, but if you could, maybe, I don't know if that's the best place to chat right now. You might want to take a break. We can all take a break, and I will talk to you shortly. Hi there. Sorry for the delay in getting back here. I've been working on a whole bunch of things, and right now I'm actually getting ready for a quick interview that I'm running a bit late for CBC, and I feel bad that I'm late, but I've been running flat out here to try and get information out. So I'll ask you to just bear with me. I'm basically trying to set up for this interview right now, and once I do that, I'll try to turn the audio back on, so please stand by. Hi there, how are you? Good, I'm really sorry for the delay. Okay. Sure. My name is Eric Thompson, and it's spelled ERICKTHOMPSON. I'm an information officer with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. Okanagan-Similkameen is hyphenated. We also call it the RDOS, and I am in Ticton, BC. The evacuation order came on Friday, and it was approximately, well, the fire itself broke out just after 5:30. There was an initial evacuation order a few hours into the incident, and then the evacuation order that was expanded to include the entire district of Summerland, which included my home, came late into the evening. And I believe, I can't honestly recall what time it was because that evening is kind of a blur for me. Well, what normally happens is I monitor BC Wildfire's website because if an incident happens, it means that I'll be in the Emergency Operations Center. And quite early on, I noticed that there was a new fire start. And then right away, we have a process where one of my colleagues contacted me. I actually contacted them first and said, we're likely going to put out a holding statement. So what we do is if there's a fire in the area, it might not be an issue. We'll put out a holding statement to say the RDOS is aware of an incident, and very quickly realized there was not a holding statement. It was going to be, we had to activate our EOC and start the process. So let people know there was an incident and that we had activated the EOC. And then I did some posting from home and did some coordinating and quickly drove south to Penticton. And then just one of the first things I did was said, let's get on YouTube and start a live stream because we realized that this was a really big situation and that getting information out on something like this was going to be key. And normally what we would end up doing is some sort of an information release and put that out and maybe a social media post. And that just didn't feel right. It didn't feel like we were going to be able to get the information out fast enough. We have the technology. So I said, let's use it. And our EOC director, Deborah Jones-Middleton, was absolutely 100% supportive of it. On my way into the office, I had a sense that it was a big fire, and it is a little different when it's close to your community. But the focus wasn't different than it would be for any other fire. But certainly in the back of my mind, I didn't know at that point what we were dealing with. So you mean in the evening when my home was evacuated? Yeah. Well, when I was in the Emergency Operations Center doing my job, doing what I'm doing now, talking about what was happening and trying to coordinate information, very quickly, I had heard that the decision was made to evacuate the rest of the District of Summerland. So that's how these things work, is a recommendation is made, usually by BC Wildfire and others, and then the local government makes a decision to implement an evacuation order. And in this case, it's in the District of Summerland, but we're the Regional Emergency Operations Center, so we would help with that. And when that happened, right away, my colleague said, you need to go home. And I said, absolutely. So I drove home. I'd already spoken with my wife. She'd already been planning for this and was watching what was happening. And I can tell you it was a strange situation. And I even feel strange talking about this, especially because I'm live streaming, because what I went through was absolutely nothing like what other people went through. There was no flames, there was no harrowing experience, there was nothing like that. But for me, it was just a matter of changing from providing information to now being part of that and having to switch gears and make sure my family was safe, decide what I wanted to take out of my home. And then I said to our EOC director, I made a quick call. I went outside and started asking my neighbors, letting my neighbors know what was going on. I had explained that to them. And I phoned our EOC director and said, I think I might go back on the live stream while I'm driving, because I abruptly left the live stream and said, I have to go evacuate my home. So what I wanted to do, and this is what Deborah suggested, and I think it was a really good suggestion, was to try to provide some calm, not, oh my gosh, I have to evacuate, because again, there were no flames where I was. There were a lot of vehicles and people were very calm, but I went on the live stream and then, it was bad lighting and there were some technical issues. And I just thought, oh, that wasn't very nice. That didn't feel like a good use of I hope it wasn't more upsetting than anything or something like that. But then I woke up the next day and a friend from back east in the Maritimes said, I saw you evacuating your home. And I wasn't sure what she meant. And then I realized, oh, that live stream that looked like 27 people were watching was apparently, because it's still on YouTube, was apparently seen by some people in the media. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm really starting to feel a little uncomfortable about the whole thing because I don't want this to be about me at all. And even right now, I'm talking to the media. I'm live streaming it because I've said to people, if I'm going to be in front of my computer, I'll leave the live stream on so you can hear what's going on, more for informational, providing a bit of a behind the scenes view. But what I want it to be about is what we are doing is probably, it's not cutting edge, but we're using the technology to make sure people get the information they need in real time. And I think where it's really effective is the comments I'm seeing on the chat, where people will say certain things and I can in real time say, absolutely, I agree with you. That makes sense. Or thank you for that feedback. That's really good. We need to tell people that. Or that's misinformation. That's not accurate. That's not confirmed. And right now, we're in a very, very sensitive time where this fire is still very active and people want information, and they want information about where the fire might go, which comes from BC Wildfire Service, and they want information about how it's going to affect their home as far as when can they get back to their property, when can they get back to their pets. And that is a staged process, and it takes time when you're still in the middle of the emergency. So that kind of information, even though people might not be happy with it, I'd like to think that by providing it in this real-time manner, there might be some comfort in knowing why things are happening the way they're happening. And it's never going to be easy. Well, what we've been doing is what we started with on Friday, and I've been continuing now, is I basically will come in like I did today. I started the live stream. I believe it was at about 6:30 this morning because I had to do a 6:40 interview with a television station out of Vancouver. And I basically said to people, hi, we're going to start our live stream. I'll be with you in a few minutes. I'm doing an interview. Rather than just have the audio off, you're welcome to listen in. It's not great because they can't hear your questions, but they can hear what I'm saying. And I'd like to think if it's new information, I mean, that's why, again, I feel strange about this because I'm talking about what I'm doing, but we'll just leave it on all day. And what we've been trying to do today is target, the bottom of the hour and the top of the hour, what people are used to with newscasts. And I certainly don't want to interfere with the news, but people watching it kind of makes the most sense. They're welcome to watch the news or listen to the radio or whatever they do, but they would hopefully feel that, okay, there's a bit of a rhythm here. I know it's top of the hour. He's probably back in his office and there's probably some information available. And I think that since the feedback I've got on that is that it's providing information. I think I'm being human in a way that, we don't always have that flexibility in local government. We have to really be careful about what we're saying because it's information and it's sensitive. And, I've bordered on some personal information about myself and about personal opinions, but I'm very clear that I'm speaking on behalf about specific things. My opinions and my thoughts, you can't turn that off, especially when you're here and I've got the vest on. So it's a fine dance. Well, the feedback I've been getting from people has been overwhelmingly positive, and I'd like to think that what we've done together, both the viewers who are responding in the chat and friends who've called me and friends who've texted me. One friend texted me and said, Eric, you need a sign that says the live stream will continue rather than just leaving. I put this behind me and I changed the information there so that the phone number is accurate instead of having a whiteboard with a scribble on it. So we're interacting back and forth. But more importantly, someone who's sitting at home, wherever they may be, outside of, they're on evacuation order, knows that if they tune into this and anything's changed or there's anything new, they'll get that information. It's a window, and we don't often get that. The media provides an amazing window, and it's a different window, and it complements, I'd like to think it complements what we're doing and vice versa. Patience. This is a big wildfire, and we don't want people to be scared. We want them to be prepared. When I was a reporter, I used to ask that question all the time, and it's where I got the best material. Was anything else you can add? And I don't have anything else to add because I think I've said enough already, and I'd like to get back to the live stream and also like to get back to some of the other work that I need to do, but I do appreciate you taking time to me. Thank you. Okay, nice to meet you. Okay. That was an interview with CBC from somewhere, and I don't know what the segment was for, but they asked if they could get an interview, and I said yes. And now I'm going to have to go and do a bit more work. We here are working on the next update and what that's going to look like. And there are some things here in this wildfire that are repetitive that you need to know about. I'm going to take this off. So those are emergency support services. Steps are underway to improve the service, to make sure that we have extra volunteers, work with the province on the process of going online. We're also looking at re-entry. It's a staged re-entry, and you've heard this before, and I don't want to be too repetitive, but I think it's important to know that it's going to take days and it's going to take weeks, and the recovery itself will take a long time. Those of you who have been directly impacted by this wildfire, if you happen to be watching, I want to say personally and on behalf of this organization that we understand that your situation is very, very difficult, and that everybody involved in providing the support is doing the very best they can and more to make sure that you have what you need. There are multiple agencies, as you know, including insurance companies that are involved in your recovery. So we know how you feel. We don't know how you feel. I shouldn't say that. We understand that it's difficult. And please know that people are working hard and will continue to work hard to make it better for you and do everything they can to provide support. The wildfire itself, BC Wildfire Service updates the website regularly. They're the source of information on the wildfire. The RDOS is a regional emergency operations center. We're operating that, so that's on behalf of Summerland, working with Summerland, I should say, and with the City of Penticton as the host community for emergency support services, also providing support to Penticton Indian Band. So when you're looking for information about the alerts and orders that are in place, remember you'll get that information from Voyant Alert if you signed up, if it relates to your property. You'll also get more information. What's that? You can't hear me? Just a sec. Okay. No audio. I don't know about that. Can you hear me? I'm talking into the wrong microphone here, but can you hear me right now? Somebody just said that they can't hear me. That's troubling. I'm miming. Anyway, if you can hear me, good. Okay. See, I have this all the time. Someone says there's something wrong with the system. Did you restart your computer? Back to what I was saying. You will get notification if it relates to your property. If you live outside the area, you're not going to get a voyant alert notification telling you that someone's been on alert or order. Any alerts and orders will be posted right away on the RDOS website. We'll mention it here. And for that, I'm going to take just a moment. I've got conflicting information here. The live stream is continuing right now. I'm going to take a short break and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you. And thanks for your patience. Hello again. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm with the Regional Emergency Operations Center here in Penticton. And I have a guest with me, Graham Statt. Graham is working in the EOC as one of the EOC directors. What we've been working on is to provide information using, first of all, a media conference platform. So we're going to host a media conference with the goal to work on a public information session. And there are many logistical issues with that. But first and foremost, because there is so much information that people need, the decision was made to be able to use this platform. So what we'll do is we'll stop this feed a little bit later on and we'll restart it at 6 o'clock with a news conference. And I'll give you some of the details about that in just a moment. But first, Graham, I think one of the biggest challenges, and I'll get your stuff up a bit more, one of the biggest challenges with anything like this is there's so many different people that need so many different kinds of information. So how does a platform like a media conference serve that purpose?
Yeah, it's a great question. The hope is that we can get a lot of broad reach, knowing a lot of people are still out of their homes right now, but a lot of them do have these devices and computers and whatnot they brought with them. So this will allow us to get that message out there. We're going to have BC Wildfire do a presentation. We're going to hear from the RCMP, and then I'll provide whatever I can in terms of emergency operations and some of the planning that we're doing and some of the work that we're doing. And this is going to be imperfect information. This is going to be the best we can give you right now. But even though it's not perfect, we think we want to say whatever we can in the best way we can in terms of what the forward looks like.
The other thing to note here, I think that's important, is that this is a regional emergency operations center working in conjunction with Penticton Indian Band, the City of Penticton, who is the host community for emergency support services, and of course, the District of Summerland. Some residents in the District of Summerland feel that because information isn't being posted directly on the platforms of the district, but in fact pushing to the RDOS, that maybe they're not getting the information they need. So I think that's an important clarification for people.
Yeah, thanks. Great clarification. We were running our own emergency operations center out of Summerland, and then we were ourselves the night of Friday last week, were evacuated. And so we've come together with the other emergency operations center groups, and we have one unified coordinated emergency operations center. District of Summerland, we're continuing to push people when we get those phone calls and emails, push people this direction in terms of all the one source of truth. We'll also be putting some information up on our website with greater clarity and Facebook as we can now to make sure people know that this is the single source of truth. What we might try to do in Summerland is try to share a lot more posts on our own Facebook now that we're ramping up some additional capacity to be able to do that.
Okay. I feel like I'm really multitasking. While you're talking, I'm typing. That's very rude of me.
Not at all.
Graham, this fire is big and it's important people know that it's dynamic, but it's also important to provide some calm and to provide some sense of, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, that processes are in place, emergency professionals are in place to keep people safe. BC Wildfire is doing their work with many, many partners, including local and visiting firefighters, to manage the issue as best they can.
Yeah, people are working hard, and we are doing everything that we can to deal with all the issues that we're being made aware of. There's a lot of information coming in fast and furious, as you can imagine, but there's no reason why people should not be calm. We have extremely talented and professional first responders, firefighters from all over the province, all from other provinces south of the border. We have structure fire specialists from fire departments and trucks and equipment from all over the province, RCMP from all over the place, and in the emergency operations center, some of the greatest minds and professionals with a local knowledge and understanding of our systems and our lands and our utilities. All these things are being coordinated. You're not going to, of course, have that real-time understanding of what's going on, but we recognize that everyone's relying on us to do the thinking and to do the planning, but also to do that response, and it's all happening in conjunction right now.
Graham, while you're here, I think a really important point about this is when people say they're not getting information, and I'm not saying people have said that, but they want information that is specific. Where's the fire going? When can I get into my property? The fire map is regularly updated by BC Wildfire Service, and they've been providing excellent updates to the media. They're going to provide one at 6 o'clock as well, and really give a good understanding of exactly what's happening with the fire. The same with the RDOS and sort of regional emergency operations center. I've been using your language. Your message, I think, is important. It's going to take days. It's going to take weeks, and the recovery itself will take a long, long time.
Yeah, that's really important. We are in for the long term. The response phase will be the first that comes to an end, at least in sort of our area. And we're already working on what does recovery and reentry look like. But this is going to be long term. We know we have some damage in the community. We know that we're going to have some areas that require us to lean in, put our shoulder into it. But what we're seeing from the province is an incredible amount of support. There's a lot of coordination happening to make sure that we do that recovery and we're ready for that long term. In terms of the BC wildfire, like we'll have them on tonight. Wildfire is a thing that it changes so quickly that even when you get the update right now that was accurate update right now, it's kind of like reading yesterday's newspaper, because while you are learning about it, things are already changing. So they can only do the best they can. And in terms of the fire modeling and the fire science, well, we know all modeling is wrong. Modeling is just modeling. So you have to understand working with a live situation, an active wildfire. There's a lot of unknowns, and all we can do is our very best to plan through them, work together, and address them as they pop up.
There have been many suggestions about putting roving reporters in with BC Wildfire Service, and I think that's a great example of where people are now looking for even more immediate information. If anything, I think what could happen is one of two things, is that BC Wildfire, working with the partners, might be able to provide some sort of an update pool footage, that kind of thing. And then at some point, maybe a media tour, if it's feasible. But one thing I can tell you is that you won't have media going in to show individual private properties.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great conversation that we're starting to think about, is exactly how do we profile damage in the community in the right way, in the most respectful way as well, for people that have the most significant impact, but also understanding that people want a broader picture of what's happened here. So we will figure that out. As we figure that out, we will communicate opportunities and messages, and where possible, sort of visuals that we can share.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, just to say that we're on it. People don't need to worry. Remain calm, and we're going to do our very best to try to get people back as soon as they can, and as soon as BC Wildfire is comfortable with reentry.
Okay, Graham, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'll ask you to see yourself out of my tiny little office here that is pretty tight, because that's why that light fell over there. I'm not sure if people who are watching this feed are listening to what I'm saying, or if my mute is on. I don't really know, but people are saying, when are people in Summerland going to be allowed back into their homes? I'm going to reiterate, if I can, that right now, with an active wildfire, there is no opportunity to return people to their homes safely. Even in areas where it may appear the fire isn't impacting at the moment, there are still other issues that have to be determined, and it is an active work site, a dangerous work site in the sense that you've got equipment and people all over. So people won't be able to go into their homes, but the process of determining when they can do that was underway the minute those evacuation orders were put in. You start the process, when can we get people back in? But it's an evolving situation. But as soon as any information becomes available, we'll have it here. We'll also have it through Voyant Alert, so those people who are directly impacted will receive that. The information will also step away for a few minutes. We are working, as you know, to host a media conference in the next few hours, and I hope you can appreciate there are a lot of logistics involved because we're dealing with not only media, some of them who might want to go live, but also with a number of people that will be at that meeting. We're going to be streaming it on this website, excuse me, this YouTube channel. So what I'll likely do is shut this down around 5 o'clock, and then we'll continue on the RDOS YouTube channel at 6 o'clock. So where you found this one on the RDOS channel, you just go back and bring up the live feed. And so in the meantime, I'm going to leave this on, but I'm going to step away, and then I'll come back for any more updates, and we'll go from there. So I do appreciate your patience, and I'll be back shortly. Thank you. Hi there. Just a quick message here that we're not going to have an update just at the moment. There is no new information, but I did want to confirm that the media briefing is taking place at 6 o'clock tonight. That is on Monday, August the 10th, and it'll be an opportunity to have an update from BC Wildfire Service, the RCMP, the Regional Emergency Operations Center Director, and then we'll have some elected officials there as well. And we'll have members of the media. Some of them will be streaming it live, but they'll be asking questions. And this is a media briefing to get information out about the wildfire to everybody through the media and then through this platform as well. So right now I'm just working on our YouTube channel to get some technical information, and then I'll come back a little bit later on and do a quick update. And then at that point, we're going to shut this feed down just after 5 o'clock and move on to, we'll start a new feed, which will be for the 6 o'clock media briefing. So thanks again for your patience. So you'll see me here still. Someone's asking if there's a chance to ask questions. So if you have questions during these sessions, absolutely, but we're going to turn the chat off during that meeting because it's a media briefing for the media. And what we're trying to do is trying to limit what's going on at that point. It's an information briefing, so there will be information from 3 different sources, and then there will be some questions from the media. And believe me, the questions from the media will be what they're hearing from the community. And then we're working on a public meeting that we can start and facilitate that process. But I can tell you that a lot of the questions that people have been asked on here. So please don't take it the wrong way that we're hosting a media briefing, because that's the way media briefings work, is they put the media there and then they have the people who are going to be talking, and it's a chance to get as much information out as clearly as possible to as many people. And then there will be a separate opportunity, and you're always welcome, if you have a question, something you specifically need to know, to phone the Emergency Operations Center. So I hope that helps. I'm going to take a short pause, and then we'll be back a little bit later on with an update. So you might see us working here. We're just looking at some technical specs. Thanks. Good afternoon. It is 3:52 here in Penticton at, it's only, what is it, the 10th of August. And I'm Eric Thompson. It's been a very busy afternoon, as you can probably tell each time I breeze in here, but we're working on setting up a media conference right now, and I'm going to log out of this stream right now, and that'll enable us to get our next stream ready to go. So I'm going to ask you for some patience on that, but what I'll let you know is that we will be coming back online, possibly just before 6 o'clock, but definitely at 6 o'clock, where we'll have a media conference, and it's a media briefing. So there will be members of the media. Some media will likely be carrying the presentation live. We'll have a chance to get an update from BC Wildfire Service, from the RCMP, and also from the Regional Emergency Operations Center. We'll hear from some local elected officials. And more importantly than any of that, what we're going to get is a good briefing on this wildfire, the latest information from BC Wildfire Service. That's at 6 o'clock. We'll address the many questions that we've been receiving about access and that type of thing. So we'll do that at 6 o'clock. I'm going to shut the stream down for now, and I do appreciate your patience on that, and we'll talk to you soon.